Yeah. Probably late 90s, early 2000s. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, COVID certainly helped it.
Well, we passed everyone.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Good enough to stop it.
I remember you used to sign in about the transaction. Yes. I guess I want to here.
I have been questions from a few of the speakers. I'm sure you remember about sailing. Can't believe we don't have sailing. Why don't we have sailing? Sailing.
I'd be happy to.
I may ask a question about sailing.
Yep, no problem at all.
You have a level line on there. They were observers.
Yeah, I was a speaker. By then.
So they all were. That's a good sense. Or Drake.
Oh, they are.
Really practice I didn't That's something like, you go out to Iowa and they come change start getting ready. I'm like, I know this. They're all so it's like not as professional, but he was really good. Good stuff. Thanks for coming tonight. Yeah, for you.
Still going. You're at the top of your good stuff. You're in the best spot, and I could get for you. I saw Hey, it's about People are always like, you wrote that wrong. I'm like, no, because the two times.
Security microphones until we do that. They're coming when we get back into our own.
Nice cost discipline.
Good evening. Bathrooms are located in the hallway to the left as you leave the auditorium. You will pass them on your way to the auditorium. The emergency exits from the auditorium are the same as the entrance doors, one at the top of the auditorium and one off the stage. If you haven't already, please sign the white attendance sheet on the table outside the auditorium. The meeting is available live streamed via the Diligent Community platform. Please note the chat feature is not monitored. Public comment is accepted in person. A link to the video will be posted to the Diligent Community website next week. This is a business meeting. The board asks for your cooperation to maintain a quorum. Please be considerate, refrain from interrupting board members and other speakers. And one final announcement is that we have sign-in sheets, we have petition nomination sheets for the 4 candidates that, for the April election. So if you would be so kind as, if you're a Winnetka Park District citizen, taxpayer, please do help us out by signing those nomination petitions. All right. This time I'd like to call to order the November 17, 2022 board meeting at 6:02 p.m. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Root,
Present.
Commissioner Rapp,
Here.
Commissioner Lusson,
Here.
Commissioner Archambault,
Here.
Commissioner Seaman, here, Commissioner Kodo,
Here.
Commissioner James.
Here. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Commissioner Warren, I will have a statement. I'm happy to do that under unfinished business, if that's appropriate, and I will make it very brief. Thank you.
Thank you. Financials. We have a motion to approve the October 2022 financials. So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Jim?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
It's on.
All right, I was wondering if you could put the financials up on the screen for us. Okay, is that better?
Yep.
All right. There we go. Thank you, Kyle. The Park District continues to show an operating surplus despite the Cook County tax delay. This is due to the operating expenses and operating capitals being well below year-to-date budget. And we project that the operating revenue will stay below budget due to the Cook County tax delay. But the operating expenses and the operating capitals continue to project below what was budgeted. So we are projecting a net positive balance at the end of the year. Any questions?
Assuming we do get the Cook County tax payment, what do you expect the year-end projection to be in terms of the surplus?
I expect the year projection to be 2.7 million above what we budgeted for 2022.
Outstanding, thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Archambault.
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson.
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp.
Yes.
Commissioner Root.
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo.
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Yes.
Motion passes.
May I have a motion to approve the vouchers for $493,450.94 as presented?
So moved.
Second. Motion and second. Discussion? Jim?
Thank you, Commissioner. The vouchers as presented, one note I would like to point out, there is a timing issue. So these vouchers cover a period partially through October, partially through November. However, the financials are on a monthly basis and end October 31st. So there are a couple of vouchers for Elder Centennial bills that appear in the vouchers but do not appear in the financials. Those vouchers will appear on the November financials at the end of this month, which will be talked about at the December meeting.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the vouchers? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Lesson.
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp.
Yes.
Commissioner Root.
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Archambault.
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo.
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Yes.
Motion passes.
This time we'll take remarks from visitors. Remarks from visitors is your opportunity to address the board on any issue. When called upon, please step up to the podium, speak clearly into the microphone, state your name for the record. You don't have to state your address, and please address the board directly. You can remove the microphone from the podium if you need to, but do not move the podium because it's positioned for the video camera. Please keep all comments under 3 minutes. And remember, this is not a question and answer forum, so please do not expect a response or an answer back from the park board this evening. If you prefer to share your comments in writing, you may use the comments card. Cards are available near the sign-in sheets, and any park district staff will accept your card and be shared with the board. Who would like to go first? Eric.
Good evening, Mary Garrison. I went to the library to check the packet, and I found a little note there from Mr. Peterson saying I needed to call him to see the packet because it had too many pages. How many pages tonight?
More than 300.
Okay, so we just don't want to print, is that the whole story? We're not going to do that? Okay. Your choice, I guess. But I was a little disappointed. I also am questioning the representatives for the IAPD annual meeting. And I don't know, we can wait till the end to discuss that. But normally for the IAPD meeting, there's commissioners that represent the Park District. The IPRA meeting, you have representatives from the staff. So maybe no commissioners will be going to the annual conference, but I do question why we have 3 staff members representing the IAPD meeting. Thank you.
Lori Peterson, 785 Lincoln Avenue. I was at the town meeting last night, and I will repeat what I said there last night. I think that before giving up a big chunk of Centennial Park and embarking on a hugely expensive project to unite the 2 beaches, you need to be sure that you have the support of the entire community. Christina said last night that you've been listening to us, that you're going to continue to listen to us. Well, it doesn't seem like that when at the last meeting you approved every single thing that we've been speaking out against for months as a group. You promised workshops that have either been canceled or have really not been workshops at all, but rather presentations of your ideas that we then take exception to, and the input of some of the professionals in our community has really not been taken into account. I feel like we're in an impasse here, because as a board, you think that the people who devotedly show up to these meetings are a vocal minority. We are convinced that we represent the silent majority of the village. I suggest you follow the lead of our school district and put such a huge question to a referendum to the Winnetka voters. I suggested this last night. Christina had pointed out that there's no easy binary question to pose. I think there is. Here it is in my non-legalese language. I know these things have to be drafted through lawyers and come out sounding very different, but the simple question is, should the Winnetka Park District exchange land on the south end of Centennial Park for the property in between Elder and Centennial Parks and expend $16 million to unite the two beaches? That seems to me to be a pretty straightforward question that is of a magnitude that deserves to be put before the voters of the village and not decided upon by the board without that kind of input. Thank you.
My name is Angie Wall. I've been a resident in this community for almost 40 years. I have two areas of comment for this evening. First, on several occasions I have asked this board to provide estimated costs and proposed funding for the Elder Centennial Plan. Once again, I reiterate that request. For reasons I cannot understand, this board has been less than transparent with respect to this critical information. Tonight's agenda includes a fiscal year 2023 budget presentation. If it is the intent of this board to draw down existing reserves of enterprise funds for the purpose of funding the Elder Centennial Project, and additionally to incur more debt as identified as, quote, capital funding financing, end quote, as a means of paying for this project, the board should acknowledge this. Tennis players, golfers, ice skaters, and paddle players have a right to know if their fees and payments are being used to fund this project. Additionally, as part of the budgeting process, the board hopefully will address what it considers to be an adequate level of unallocated reserves for a public agency with an annual operating budget of approximately $11 million. Similarly, I hope the board will also address the same issue as far as an adequate level of reserve funding for each enterprise fund. It appears that the board has eliminated citizen or user advisory committees as a part of the various facility operations. Such advisory committees historically were an integral part and were integral participants of the budget process and allowed a degree of transparency as to the setting of fees and identification of capital expenditures. Users had a say in how their money was spent and could rely on the fact that their user fees were segregated for a specific facility. Unfortunately, with the elimination of such advisory boards, there is little opportunity for affiliate groups and individuals to have any input. Given the turmoil generated by the actions of this board over the last 24 months, due in no small measure to a lack of transparency and accountability, this might be an appropriate time for the reestablishment of advisory committees for golf, tennis, ice, paddle, and general recreation. It would go a long way to reestablishing a much-needed level of trust between the residents and the park district. My second point for this evening. As the board is aware, as of October 16, I and two other former commissioners expressed our concerns about this board being in possible violation of the Open Meetings Act. This concern was shared with the Illinois Attorney General, who agreed that an investigation was warranted. The Winnetka Park District responded to the Public Access Bureau regarding this request on November 3rd. My response to the November 3rd letter has been submitted. Despite the proposed action this evening to retroactively approve revised, modified, or enhanced minutes from various meetings between July 18th and September 8, 2022, I do not believe that this resolves the board from any ongoing concerns about potential violations of the Open Meetings Act. I have copies of my response to the Attorney General for all commissioners this evening, as I am not confident that all communications are being shared with the entire board. On previous occasions, I requested that my communications be included in the public record. To date, this has not occurred. Once again, I request that my comments and communications be included in the public record. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you ever include them, those are my comments.
Hello, and an early happy Thanksgiving to each of you. Just keeping the fact that the turkey is on its way. But I would like to follow up on,
Susie, can you state your name?
oh, I'm sorry, Susie Schreiber, former Winnetka Park District Commission. I would like to reiterate Mary Garrison's request that you check into the representation at the IAPD annual meeting and who should properly be representing the Winnetka Park District at the IAPD meeting. I would also ask that this evening that you table 9.5 where you're appointing your representatives to that meeting. My other point is that last night, listening to the presentations for the school and public library and village and park district at the Winnetka Town Hall, I was distressed to hear a number of potential park district commissioners and current somewhat lean towards divesting themselves when they saw it fit of public lands. The divesting of public parklands is a highly sensitive issue. That is an asset. Open space cannot be valued and just say it's a swamp or a wetland. Those have integral parts of importance to our whole ecosystem and the air we breathe, etc. And it should be the residents of the Winnetka Park District who make the decision on the sale of land. And I would follow up on everybody else who's commented on this from last spring onwards. Please have open public discussion and go to referendum. Thank you.
Okay, would anyone else like to speak at this time? Hearing none, we'll move on. There's another opportunity at the end. Without objection, we will act on the following items with a single vote. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented, including special meeting minutes of July 18, 2022, amended committee of the whole regular board meeting minutes of July 21, 2022, as requested by the board to be amended committee of the whole / regular board meeting minutes of August 18, 2022, also as requested by the board to be amended, the special board meeting minutes of August 25th, 2022, the committee of the whole meeting minutes of September 8, 2022. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second? Second. Motion and second. Discussion?
Discussion? Hi. First of all, I want to thank Executive Director Peterson for his amendment of the various minutes to add the content that makes them actually something you can read and understand. Thank you so much. And then I do have a comment. on the new minutes of September 8th. My comment is as follows. Under the audience present, noticeably absent was the name Mr. Justin Ishbia. I would think we would want to add that. And then secondly, under the comments of Mr. Ishbia, what is not clear is that it is my recollection that Mr. Ishbia was very clear that any deed to be forthcoming would be subject to receiving a design permit that was acceptable to him and at his exclusive option was acceptable. That has been eliminated from this version of the minutes, and I would recommend that it be included. Thank you.
Are there other comments? Any other comments? I have one. On the special meeting minutes of July 18, 2022, there are several attachments. I would ask if you could add a note on those attachments to identify who prepared them when they were submitted, because they otherwise just appear as unnamed sheets. So there is a motion on the floor. There are two amendments, the one I just noted about identifying the source of the attachments in the special meeting minutes of July 18, 2022, and a note to add to the September 8th Committee of the Whole meeting minutes of September 8th, note that Justin Ishbia was an attendee, and that he would only convey the deed after the issuance of a permit at his approval.
Of a design that was accepted.
The design was accepted.
At his exclusive option.
Yeah.
He was very clear that he wished, he had the exclusive option to approve a permit that included a design that was, again, his design that he approved of. Thank you.
So unless Steve Adams suggests otherwise, we copy the names of the people who sign in to the sign-in sheet, as they sign in. So I don't think we can amend that listing accordingly, but I am very open to the amendment of the content that you asked for September 8th, as well as the content that Commissioner James has asked to put in for July 18th of 2022.
He should be listed as an attendee of that meeting.
Yeah,
He has to be.
I mean, we
I
can
don't know
do
why.
that.
He didn't sign in, so.
We're not limited or bound by who signs a sheet. We can put whoever we want to include that was actually in attendance as attending. And, if there's no objection to the proposed amendments, the board can approve the consent agenda with the amendments.
And I would only add, if we're going to amend those meeting minutes, let's listen to the video of that and make sure we don't overstate or understate what Mr. Ishbia said.
I too recall the words to the effect that Mr. Ishbia reserved consent to the design. I don't believe he insisted that it be his design, but that he would consent to the design that we landed upon and reserved his approval.
At his exclusive option. That comment was made as he came up during the second set of comments, and I made specific note of it.
Agreed. It wasn't his design, it was his approval.
His exclusive option to approve. Thank you.
All right.
Again, we've got a recording on the thing, we're just gonna redo the meeting minutes to reflect that. Let's make sure we listen to the recording accurately.
Mickey suggested that we re-listen and use his exact words from the recording. I think that's a great suggestion.
I fully support that. Fully support that, Commissioner Archibald. I'm a big believer in going back to the video. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Motion made, couple amendments, roll call.
Commissioner Lusson,
Yes.
Commissioner Rabb,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Archambault,
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Communications, Mr. Peterson.
Articles in the communications link, essentially from the Tribune. There is one in there from Cranes Communications regarding the Elder Centennial Property Exchange. So they're duly collected, and appreciate the receipt Durham with her efforts to get those in. So thank you.
Moving on to unfinished business, Elder and Centennial. Final Elder Stormwater Outfall Memo dated 10/26/22. Costa, do you want to address that? Do you want me to?
Warren, if you'd like to, feel free.
I think you had sent a request to the village of Winnetka to summarize the stormwater discharge and all of the related activities. I am very grateful that village engineer Jim Bernal drafted and submitted a very comprehensive memo that is included in the board packet. It details the watershed area of the discharges through the 54-inch storm sewer pipe out into Lake Michigan. It details the extensive efforts the village went to study that, to identify some 60-plus illegal cross connections of sanitary sewer into that storm sewer back around 2012, 2013, and that since those illegal cross connects were corrected, the quality of the discharge has improved tremendously. He also then goes on to comment on the lengthy and extensive, over year-long collaboration between the Park District and the village engineering staff and 3 outside consulting firms to arrive at the storm sewer design, which was submitted for permit to the MWRD prior to the June 9th withdrawal of the permits. So this is, in my opinion, confirms everything that we'd already said about the storm sewer discharge, and affirms that the course that we're taking is consistent with the village's, or was done so with the village's review and consent. Any other comments on Elder and Centennial at this time?
As you might suspect. I carefully studied Engineer Bernal's memo. Again, what I see missing is the modeling of the water. I have no objection, and I'm not an engineer, but no objection at all to everything that's been done down to the toe of the block. But what appears to be missing, and I'd accept a letter from Strand Engineering with their license stamped right on that, saying that taking that 60-inch pipe into 2 36-inch pipes and then terminating them within a stone breakwater is going to be just hunky-dory. That is what I see missing from Engineer Bernal's memo. And so I actually would be happy to reach out to him to ask for such a letter from Strand, or would appreciate our village liaison, you, Commissioner James, asking for such a letter. Again, I want to see that engineer's stamp on it. So thank you.
I'm happy to reach out, but I think it's best directed to staff to perform that function. Costa?
I'll reach out to James Bernal, the village engineer, and per your comment, Colleen, I'll circle back with that as to see if he can have their engineering firm review the discharge into the lake is your concern, and their approval of that discharge into the lake itself, correct?
My concern remains that I see no drawings or engineering study post the toe of the bluff with a discharge that terminates inside a stone breakwater. That's where I'm asking for clarification. Thank you so much, Costa.
Okay, anything else on Elder and Centennial? Hearing none, we'll move on to new business. Winnetka Caucus Planks, we have with us Kristen, oh, sorry. That moved too quick?
I'm sorry, I had a statement. I'm happy to do that at any time in this agenda. If you would like to delay my statement, that is perfectly fine.
Out of deference to Kristen, she had a long night.
She had a long night last night, and
I am
yes.
fine, if you want to do this now, and then.
Go ahead, we'll go with you, and then we'll come back.
Okay.
Kristen Coulter, the Parks Committee Chair of the Winnetka Caucus. Thank you, and welcome, Kristen.
Can you hear me? Am I good? Okay. And I'll talk a little louder. And a little bit closer. Got it, got it. It's nice to see you all in person. I've seen you all on Zoom for a couple of years. For those of you I haven't met, I'm Kristen Coulter, and I am the current, I can say will be outgoing in the next couple of months, and Winnetka Caucus Council Committee Chair for the Parks Committee.
Closer.
Got it, got it.
There you go.
Got it. People normally don't have to ask me to speak any louder. It is not my intention to go through each of the platform planks because they've been posted, and I'm sure you've all read them, and I know they're in the board materials. What I do want to do is really just provide a little bit of context and really just highlight where there's been some nuanced changes. Assuming that you have read all these, as I expect that you have, you'll see that there is a lot of consistency year over year, and that's very intentional. When you're thinking about long-term planning and platforms and planks, you should be looking forward. You shouldn't be looking 6 months or 1 year out. It should be a plan, and it should be enduring. So as I go through here, once again, I'll highlight what's different, and I'm not going to read this verbatim unless it's important to do so. So if you want to start your 3-minute time clock.
You have the floor.
I am not going to take that long. Plank 1 is one that, if you are familiar with what we've done in the past, this is really looking at collaboration with the other taxing bodies. What is a nuance and what's different this year is the focus on cost reduction, wanting to make sure that you not only collaborate with one another and you have that open dialogue, but that you're very cognizant of any savings that can incur to the village overall. That is something that, as I think you look at the full caucus survey results, that was a resounding piece of input from her community. Let's see what we have here. And I think what we wanted to highlight is the executive staff and chairs of the various taxing bodies should evaluate opportunities through collaboration to reduce, defer, or eliminate material expenditures. Plank 2 is new, and it's not going to come as a surprise to anybody. And it is something that we very much focused on as we were speaking to the individuals who were volunteering to put themselves forward as a commissioner. So as we were interviewing, we wanted to understand communication and communication style. And recognizing that there have been challenges over the last several months, we wanted to make sure that this was highlighted in the platform. And I am going to read this one. To rebuild trust and foster transparency, the Park District and the Park Board should maintain an open and continuous dialogue with local residents on topics, amenities, and programs of interest. Respectful debate and discourse among members of the Parks Board and members of the community is a priority. The Park District and Parks Board should leverage various channels to reach a broad audience. I can pause if there are any questions. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep barging right ahead. Plank 3, beaches and waterfront. Once again, this was on last year and probably prior year planks. I think we all know that the beaches and the waterfront, and I think as we've said before, they're our crown jewel. What did tilt this year from last year is, and I'm going to read one of the sentences here, the district should specifically include discussion regarding the following topics: beachfront dining, including food trucks, grilled food options, expanded and improved bathroom access, additional beach seating, shade features, and small watercraft rental. There is one other phrase I want to highlight in here, and it's kind of a catch-all, and that's called focusing on amenities and the waterfront experience. We did not get granular here because I think that is one of the areas that we need to have that ongoing dialogue and really understand what that means. Plank 4, swimming pool. I will say I've lived here 20 years and I think this is at least its third resurrection. However, and recognizing that we are, not surprisingly, polarized on this issue, half of our community is very supportive of the idea of a pool. Half of the community is opposed to the idea of a pool. And I'm going to echo a comment that was said earlier. It's important that we hear people that are vocal and engaged, but also listen to people who are newer to our community and who may not have figured out the path to express their voice also. So the areas that I really want to focus on here is the Park District should research finance and sponsorship options. Clearly, one of the things that came out, we did ask a tax question. What would you be willing to pay? The question remains, is it enough? So looking at what the finances look like. Assess the possibility of collaborating with neighboring communities in New Trier High School. If we don't need to spend the money, we shouldn't. We should see what resources we have. And consider the adequacy, once again, of the acceptable tax increases and meeting the financing needs. Last but not least, the dog park. We wanted to be very action-focused here, recognizing that there has been a lot of feedback, and we're really focusing on the broad support that the community does have for a designated area for dog recreation. We did have the caveat that there was an interest in making sure that while we favor and love our four-legged friends, that we want to make sure that we're also listening and making sure that the beaches are available for our inhabitants and residents of Winnetka. So I will just read the last sentence. While the Park District should move forward with implementing the proposed plan, there should be checkpoints to validate usage and community support. And I've heard that resonate in some of the other areas, given that things change over time, so making sure that we check back. So those are the 4 planks, or 5 planks rather. Are there any questions? Cynthia?
Thank you, Kristen, for presenting these. As a caucus liaison, I just wanted to acknowledge that I felt that considering the depth and breadth of comments and feedback that we got on this survey, I thought that the caucus did a very nice job of capturing those to distill them into something that we can work with, because we received a lot of input, which I know that each of us as commissioners has read, digested, taken things at various levels, and so I just wanted to say thank you for that heroic effort. And I'm also grateful that Kristen was able to present the planks at this particular meeting when we are talking about the budget, because I hope that as a group we can reflect on some of these planks and filter them through in our budget considerations as we move forward through the evening and through the next year.
Thank you, Kristen. I would also like to make a comment, but I'll reserve it if anybody else has a comment. I want to touch on plank number 1. There's been a lot of time spent on beaches, but plank number 1, and it showed up several years in a row, is collaborative cost reduction. And I want the audience and anybody watching on TV to know and understand that we take that very seriously, and we have done so very effectively. The Winnetka Park District is the largest property owner by virtue of our 27 different parks and holdings, property holdings. We collaborated with the Village of Winnetka extensively. In fact, when the village first approached us regarding the stormwater solution at Skokie Playfields, all of the stormwater storage was underground, a monumental expense. We identified the fact that we were willing and able to collaborate using the golf course to provide much more cost-effective and increased storage. At the end of the day, the Park District is accommodating 65 acre-feet. Put that in different terms, that's over 21 million gallons of storage on Park District property, just on the Park District property in this phase. That doesn't include Crow Island. There's 56 acre-feet of above-ground storage that is being created on the golf course. Now, the golf course renovations and all that is costing the village about $10,500,000, a big chunk of change. But if you were to provide 56 acre-feet of storage underground, it'd be over $22 million. So that's nearly a $12 million savings to the village through our collaboration. It does impose a significant impact on parks, on the golf course. We see this as a win-win. Gives us the opportunity to improve the golf course and provide additional storage capacity for the village. That is one big example. The next big example is Crow Island. Because of the Cook County requirements for stormwater storage, if District 36 were to have to provide their storage on their site, there wouldn't be any site left to redevelop. We recognize that, and we offer to accept stormwater storage on the Crow Island site, where it will not have an impact on the open surface because it will be below grade and it will be restored. But it facilitates the storage necessary and provides the developable land so that Crow Island can actually complete their storage. We also are cooperating with them on additional land that they need to complete their approval. And as you know from the last meeting, we've arranged to sell Library Park, a very small parcel of land owned by the Park District, so they can be consolidated with the existing library holding, a more appropriate owner of that very underutilized piece of property. So we take that very seriously, and we will continue to work collaboratively for the benefit of our community.
Thank you, Warren. I may not have been perfectly clear, and I think it resonated with you, but this same plan appears verbatim, word for word, on not only Park District, but the village, D36, and the library. So we're holding everyone to the same accountability standard, and let's hope they have the same results.
Thank you. I know it's a big time commitment, and last night was a big effort as well. So thank you very much for all you do for the community.
And thank you to all of you here, and everyone who does also give up their time and come here to our community.
Colleen.
This reinforces the earlier comments by Commissioner Archibald. You may recall that during our last meeting, I had prepared a memorandum, and what it related to was, as of November 1st, certain parts of our official record were replaced and restated. And as of 11 a.m. on this past Thursday, November 10th, I successfully added 2 items to this evening's agenda via our new platform, Diligent Community. These items related to my November 3rd memorandum, where after spending over 4 hours listening to the audio-video of the June 8th meeting, I realized that certain portions of the replaced and restated board packet of June 8th that appeared on our website on November 1st had some inaccuracies. My memo of November 3rd contains my understanding of those inaccuracies based on listening to 4 hours of an audio-video tape. Somehow, that agenda item, my request that it be added to this evening's minutes, was removed without comment. And then I had a second item that, due to what we have tonight to address, and with the number of staff members here, I'm willing to table. But my second item is a discussion of a process for board review of revisions, updates, and replacements of historical board packets and formally approved minutes, so that we do not retroactively fictionalize our official record. And again, I'm willing to table that. But I believe that our board policy permits a commissioner to add items to the agenda. This is the second time in less than a month that my requests have just disappeared. And again, I have my memo of November 3rd. I'm making an official request tonight that it be added to the formal record of this meeting. People can disagree with me on what I have included. You're certainly willing to do that. That's your right as commissioner. But I also have a right to have my voice heard. So thank you.
No intent to deny the voice heard. It's a very full agenda. We've got the big budget presentation, and we suggested that that matter be tabled until December 1st committee of the whole meeting. So I'd like to add that per your request to the December 1st agenda.
Again, I'm asking that my memo that you all had as of November 3rd be added to the official record of this evening's meeting. I have copies for the public, anyone that wants to read it, and for Mr. Berg. Thank you.
Moving on to item 9.2, Truth in Taxation Resolution. These are two required resolutions, and we'll do the two separate motions. The first is motion to approve resolution 22-1117. And Jim, first of all, can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Motion and second. Jim?
Thank you, Commissioner. By law, we are required to put together a truth in taxation resolution if our proposed taxation equals or exceeds 5%. Our proposed tax resolution for 2023 or the 2022 taxing year does not meet that threshold. We are below the 5% threshold, so we are not required to hold a public hearing for our proposed tax levy. That is what the truth in taxation resolution is all about.
Any questions regarding resolution 22-1117?
The actual number is 4.91%, just if anyone wants to jot it down.
The actual number is 4.91% increase. It's less than the 5% increase, which would otherwise trigger a public hearing.
May I ask a question? Jim, what was our increase last year?
Last year's increase was 1.4% based on the CPI at the time. This year's CPI was over 8%, but by law we cannot exceed. We have to either do 5% or the CPI, whichever is less. In this case, the 5% was us, and we are under that 5% threshold.
And do I understand correctly, at the end of the year, you project over $2.7 million in reserves?
Yes, and we'll get to that in the presentation as well.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just curious what we're voting on. We had a motion and the second of what's...
This is the truth in taxation resolution. It stipulates that we are not increasing taxes by more than 5% from the prior year.
But for dummy here, if I understand correctly, we are going from 1.4% up to 4.9%, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that our residents will see an increase in taxation.
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a motion and a second. Any further comments?
But Jim, just to clarify, the formula is based on a CPI indicator, correct?
Yep, that is correct. Yes.
Right. So a year ago, CPI was around 2, right? And last month it was 8.2, reflecting the current market environment that we're in.
Correct.
So that's the answer, and that's how you arrive at that 4.91.
Yes.
I would also like to state that as we go through the budget process, I know a consistent theme that I've seen from the various business managers is that cost of labor is increased quite substantially. I know that, well, we did some stuff this year that was well above 5% for any number of folks. So the increase in cost is real. It's not, this isn't, I guess I just want to be clear that this is not, we're raising it by 4.91%, 4.99, whatever it is. It's not just to take more money from people. There are offsetting expenses in some cases that are greater than our tax. And the other comment I would make is that 50%, over 50% of our, I'll say, operating revenue comes from user fees. So I think, frankly, below 5% is pretty damn justified. So, thank you.
Just to clarify one more time, CPI last month 8.2. If it drops next year, settles what economists expect it to be 3.5%, 4%, then we would see a reduction potentially.
Correct. So next year, if it drops to below 5%, we would do whatever that CPI would be, 3.4, 3.5, 2.8, whatever that turns out to be. That would be what our taxation limit would be.
And if you can predict that, I've got another job for you.
One final comment. I was interested to see that the Village of Winnetka is not raising taxes, they're holding firm. I think our residents have seen escalation in their property assessments this year. They have voted to approve the D36 referendum, which again will equate to an increase in taxation. I guess I would ask that our board carefully consider whether there are things that we are doing that we perhaps don't have to do as far as capital expenditures, and also be mindful that we have people in this community where these increases, particularly those who are elderly and fixed incomes, these are significant to them. And that is why I am making this statement and asking these questions. If this is essential, we have to do this, that's one thing. But if it's because we want to expend 6.7 million or more, we'll discuss it during the budget. It's a question, do we really need to do this? It's just a question. I don't know the answer. I'm not a financial person. Thank you.
Any further comments? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Archambault.
Approve.
Commissioner Lusson.
Approve.
Commissioner Rapp. Commissioner Root.
Abstain?
Commissioner Seaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo.
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, moving on to consideration of 2022 tax levy, ordinance 590. I'd like a motion to approve ordinance number 590, ordinance for the levy of taxes for the Winnetka Park District for 2022.
Second.
Motion is second. Discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner James. We are proposing a tax levy for the 2022 year to be collected in 2023 of $6,271,700. For point of reference, the levy for last year was $5,973,131. So approximately $300,000 higher than last year's, the previous year's tax levy.
Comments?
Well, $300,000 is about 4,200 households. Now granted, they're not all the same. But just to talk to you, that's about 71 bucks a household. Again, that's a very rough average considering the diversity of value at home, but just so we're aware.
Any other comments? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Rapp.
Yes.
Commissioner Root.
I guess yes.
Commissioner Seaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo.
Yes.
Commissioner Archambault.
Yes.
Commissioner Lusson.
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Moving on to the fiscal year 2023 budget presentation. John Peterson, Jim Crocker.
I'd first like to thank each of the commissioners. You were active, not just in the last week in helping to build the budget for 2023, but in weeks previous. And I just am very grateful for that effort. So many thanks to each of you for taking the time to meet with Jim and with other staff members, so thank you. To the staff attending tonight's meeting, not an easy process for any of you, and notably for Matt Johnson, and you stayed true to the effort, so thank you for doing that, as well as the other staff members who are here. So thanks to a lot of folks. Coach, if you can move forward, please. For, Kyle.
You've got a clicker up there.
Oh, sorry. So we're, it's 138 pages, I think, so we're going to try and move through this with some level of briskness, but I'm sure we'll have some additional dialogue on a few items. Feels like we're a real estate firm at some point with all the different transactions that have been part of 2022. We do continue to find ways to advance a process or dialogue around Elder and Centennial. Certainly the platform tennis courts, the stormwater project, Library Park, recent success in collaboration with the Winnetka Northfield Library, Public Library District, Nick Corwin Park, Pro Island Woods, and there are some other ones that are in the works. So all the while trying to maintain that financial discipline and financial performance. So it's been a pretty good year so far. I am clicking with all clickability.
Try again.
There we go. So with that being said, we have some tough sledding ahead. We have capital investments we're looking to consider and potentially approve. So funding is going to be critical. We continue to seek donations, although we're sailing, against or into the wind. Operating revenues are solid for sure, and that really recognizes the recreational programs, tennis, ice, and platform tennis. With no disrespect to golf, we're going dark, so there's no revenue to be, general revenue to be had, other than some driving range revenue. Certainly some one-time revenue items, thanks to Jim on his federal credit for the employment through COVID. Library Park, those are extremely meaningful, and obviously the 2020 bond money. Top three challenges, without a doubt. Capital spending needs. I'm trying to juggle the Lakefront Master Plan, the golf course improvements, and all the pressure that comes with both of those. Stormwater project, making sure that we minimize the financial impact and still maximize the construction of the golf courses. And then we have staffing issues, obviously managing the staffing and at the same time investing in staffing for the future. So it should be an exciting year, and we'll turn it over to the business unit leaders, but again, thanks to the board as well as to the staff. I'm grateful for your efforts.
Hey, John, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
And this is to address one of the comments, astute comments from the public. In the 2023 budget, or any previous budget that you've been here, considering the substantial capital investments that we made, have we ever taken any dollars out of golf, tennis, ice, or paddle to fund anything at Elder Centennial or Lloyd?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay, thank you.
If I may follow up on that last comment by Director Peterson. We'll get into some details here, but just know that as of this time, there are no plans in the 2023 budget to transfer operating surplus or operating revenue reserves to capital projects. There is no plan in the 2023 budget at this point to transfer operating reserves to capital projects.
You're saying enterprise?
Yes.
Not
Yes.
operative. Enterprise.
Enterprise funds, that's right. Tennis, golf, paddle, ice. We're not transferring any funds from those enterprise funds to capital projects.
Right.
Thank you for clarifying that. This is a diagram. Oh, sorry.
Just
Yes.
one comment. Just clarify that we do have a policy of 25% of operating expenses as a reserve for each of the enterprise funds. That is a policy, it's stated, we've observed it for the last 4 budget cycles I'm aware of.
Right, and thank you for mentioning that, Commissioner Kudo. And that we'll show that on the slides as we go through it as well. Thank you. This is a chart of the annual budget cycle. It's pretty straightforward. At this time of year, we do the budget ordinance. The board approves it. The long-range plan is reviewed. The monthly financial reports are reviewed. It is audited every year by an independent firm that is usually completed by April of the following year.
Jim?
Yes.
Need the microphone.
Oh, okay. And then we receive the annual report after the audit is completed. So, let's see if I can make this. Here we go. This is an example of how the Winnetka resident tax bill was allocated for 2021. As we go through and nail down the 2023 budget based on the 2022 taxes, we will put another chart like this together. But I wanted people to see what the allocation was for the last year. You'll see that the Winnetka Park District is 4.91% of the overall tax bill the residents received in last year. So this is our current proposal for the 2023 budget. You'll see that for the revenues, property taxes equate to about $8.7 million. The reason that number is higher than the ordinance we just approved is because of the delay in Cook County taxes from 2022. We will see about a $2.4 million cash flow, net cash flow to us in February of 2023. So that number is higher than we would normally see. It's a one-time delay, we hope. No control over Cook County. Hopefully next year that revenue number will come down a little bit lower because we will not see 3 tax payments in 1 year. User fees equate to $4.499 million. Program fees, about an additional $1.162 million. Miscellaneous income, $1.213 million. That, as Director Peterson alluded to, includes library park and the employee retention credit that we expect to receive in 2023. And then the external financing sources would be $3 million from the Living Trust debt certificates. And finally, the interest income is the last portion of this slide. Our expenses for 2023 proposed, you'll see the largest portion by far is the proposed capitals. This is all operating and major capitals. It's about 46, almost 47% of our proposed budget. Salaries and wages is another 23.3%. You'll see that the contracts payable is 6.2% of our overall expenses. A pretty small portion. Utilities, supplies, repairs and maintenance, pro shop merchandise, program and maintenance, corporate services, and other personnel make up the rest of the proposed expenses for 2023. So basic format, beginning reserves is the total of fund balances to start the fiscal year. Those are audited every year by an independent auditing firm. The revenues, obviously total revenues from all sources, expenses related to operations. The net operating income is the difference between the revenue and expenses. Minus capital expenses, you get the total expenses. When you add capital expenses, you get total expenses. You subtract that from your revenue, you get your net fund income or loss. Transfers are inter-fund allocations from one fund to another. At the moment, the only inter-fund allocations we plan for 2023 are from corporate and possibly recreation to the golf fund to make sure we maintain our minimum reserve of 25%, as mentioned by Commissioner Cotto a short time ago.
So we are actually taking money from general and rec to fund the capital expenditures at golf.
No, not to fund necessarily the capital expenditures, to maintain our minimum reserves. Again, golf is not generating enough revenue this year to meet its operating expenses.
Right.
So we are using general and possibly recreation funding to prop up the golf fund until such time as it starts generating revenue again.
Okay.
And once those numbers are hit out, you're at your reserves. All right. All funds overview. You'll see in a 22-year estimate in the second column, our revenues fell short of what we budgeted. That's due to the Cook County property tax delay and the shortage of donations that were budgeted in 2022. However, our operating expenses are projected to be lower than what we budgeted, so we will generate a net operating income, even with the shortage in tax revenue. Our capital expenditures are significantly lower than what was budgeted, which helps us stay positive. So we're projecting an ending reserve of $15.989786 for the Park District. We're projecting revenue of $15.849 million for 2023. This includes the tax increase that we just approved, as well as the one-time revenue sources mentioned by Director Peterson. Our operating expenses are projected to be a little over $12 million. Our capital expenditures are expected to be $10.2 million, slightly lower than was budgeted for 2022. That includes plans for Elder Beach, Centennial, the golf course cart paths, and all the operating capitals that we've discussed in previous meetings. The other sources or uses would be the $3 million debt certificate I mentioned a few moments ago. So we're projecting a net fund loss of about $3.4 million due to the high capital expense dollar amount. We expect to have ending reserves of all funds of approximately $12.5 million. We're going to talk about our reserves and our fund balances here a bit. As I mentioned on the previous slide, we expect to have beginning reserves of $15.989 million, revenues of $15.849. Our overall expenditures, operating and capital together, equate to $22.315 million, leaving us with ending reserves of $12,524,244. We currently have restricted reserves of $1.5 million, leaving us with unrestricted reserves of $10.9. Our minimum reserve policy, alluded to by Commissioner Cotto a short time ago, means we have to keep $2.984 million in reserve. So our total available reserves at the end of 2023 are projected to be $7.957 million. Right. Our operating and major capitals, 10.276369. Again, that includes Elder Beach, Centennial, the golf course cart paths, and all the operating capitals discussed at the previous meeting. Are there any questions?
Can I just make one request?
Of course.
And I think for transparency, and again, there's been questions about how much are we spending, and I know that there's been some numbers in previous presentations about what we're spending at Elder and Centennial, and we had some discussions at the last meeting on a long-range plan, and it's kind of all just grouped into one big number. So I would strongly suggest that we get a breakdown as we move through this process. At the next meeting, let's get a breakdown on the operating capital line, but more importantly, that major capital, how much of it is golf, what is it at Elder, what's the breakdown on Elder, what is it at Centennial, and what's the breakdown on Centennial. I think that will go a long way towards answering some questions about what the heck are we spending on these beaches and what exactly is it going for. Because I know there's been some stuff that's been more recently priced out, so I would strongly suggest that.
Okay.
At the next meeting.
We can certainly do that for you.
Great, thank you.
I think those questions could be answered right now by Costa, because we have a total of 10 and change in capital expenditures. And I know we have, as we discussed at the last board meeting, just because we budget the money doesn't mean we're spending it. We're budgeting it. But if you don't budget, you can't spend it. Right? So, Costa, can you please just give us high level how much we've allocated to golf, Elder, and Centennial?
Jim, thank you. Currently, the proposed budget, as it's shown, and we walked through last, bear with me 1 second. We have basically what was approved by the park board meeting last time for the golf course stormwater work was $1,600,000 and I want to say $86,000 for the golf course expenditure. That is for the work to provide the base bid for DeMayo Brothers for $390 some odd thousand, roughly. I'm going off of memory here. I apologize. And approximately another $1.3 million for the compliance or the installation of the golf cart paths themselves. It was a 5% contingency. Once again, I'm kind of rounding up to $1.7 million. From there, we're breaking down per the motions that were approved from the park board at the last meeting. There was a breakdown to expend monies for the Elder Lane Beach and the Centennial project as it relates to ADA access. Elder Lane Beach, I want to say we had $6.5 million allocated. That broke down to a couple different facets, including soft costs for the scope of work to finish the design phase.
Coast, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just, I don't want to lose focus.
Sure.
Big picture numbers, just 3 numbers. Golf, Elder, Centennial, with the expectation that you'll detail it at the next meeting.
Sure. So, big picture, Elder was $6,750,000, Centennial was $1,090,000, and then the golf course work, like I said, was $1.7 million.
And to reaffirm, Jim, the budget includes all those capitals, and we still have an ending reserve of
$7.9 million. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, it does include those capitals.
I do just want to reiterate the request, though, to have it written and laid out, because my understanding last time was that we did not move the entire Elder expenditure into 2023, but we moved select line items into 2023, keeping some in 2024. So, like, we discussed it, but I think that we really need to see it laid out with the numbers in the years so that we are clear, and go back and review that.
Totally agree. That's why we're looking for more detail at the next meeting. I just want to reassure everyone what's in the budget and what our ending reserves are based upon the budget.
Almost all of our capital projects are multi-year projects. And that timing difference against a single year's budget makes understanding the full scope of the expenses in any one reporting period really challenging. And I think David's done a really good job to try and isolate and delineate the schedule of expenses. But it remains a challenge to know how much have we spent, how much have we not spent, when do we start, because we start spending for the beaches almost 3 years before they are undertaken. Just wanted to point out the difference in the timeline from our usual reporting.
Any other comments or questions for Jim?
This is my favorite time of year. I think it's the most important thing that we do as a board. I think our budgeting process is great. I think the presentations are great. They're constantly being refined. We know that. And these are not final, right? John, you and I talked today. But they're pretty darn close. And I just want to thank you. I know it's a lot of work, a lot of coordination, but it's extremely important, and it guides the board for the following year. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. There are 2 more slides that I'm going to touch on real quickly before I turn this over to the rest of the staff here. The first is a breakdown of the revenues where the $15.849 million comes from. As we talked about briefly earlier, the taxes, $8,797,005. That includes the levy just approved, as well as the carryover from 2022 due to the Cook County tax delay. User fees, recreation program fees, donations, significantly lower than 2022, as you'll see in the chart there. Miscellaneous income is higher, based again on the sale of Library Park and the employee retention credit we're expecting to receive. Pro shop numbers are lower because the golf course will be closed. We will not generate any sales from the golf course. That $26,000 will mostly come from tennis. So that's your total operating revenues. The next slide will be operating expenses. As you saw the pie chart earlier, salaries and wages is about 5.2. Other personnel includes health and medical benefits, 1.7 million, a little over that. Supplies, repair and maintenance, program maintenance services are all roughly equivalent to 2022. Corporate services is a little higher for a couple of reasons. We increased our legal fee line, as well as a few others. Utilities are a little bit lower. Pro shop merchandise is lower, and contracts payable is increased due to the service we will have to pay for the Wintrust debt certificates. That is the end of my portion. I'm going to turn this over to Kyle to talk about recreation.
One second. Yep.
Apologize for the delay. We use a transcription app online, and it only goes until 90 minutes. So I wanted to make sure that I could restart it before we go into that 90-minute threshold. So I apologize for the delay. If you think back to 1 year ago at this time when we discussed the recreation budget, my overwhelming theme was conservative estimations on revenue. We weren't sure what we would look like, what the village would look like coming out of, for the most part, the end of the COVID-19 pandemic. Thinking about where we are now and what hope you'll see in the data that we have budgeted, we are optimistic as far as our revenue expectations. We expect that they will continue on a strong trend as they have over the past few years, specifically starting during the COVID-19 pandemic and continuing into this year. However, there is still an element of reservation in how we are budgeting some of the revenue. Most notably because one of the greatest things we learned coming out of how we operated is we were generating a great deal of revenue, but we've lost some of our sustainability of facilities, specifically some of the green space. By over-programming some of those spaces that were not initially intended for the programming type that they experienced for a short amount of time, we did lose some of the quality of the green space. Thankfully, we have an incredible parks and maintenance staff that identified that before we had gone too far. And as a result, we've taken away some of the volume of our programming so that we can recoup what was lost for a short period and springboard us into a stronger base to grow from in the future. The Recreation Fund is the largest fund as far as the individual units that are comprised within. We have the Recreation Administration Fund at $1,000, programming at $1,100, athletic fields $1,200, outdoor ice, junior sailing, swimming beaches, and the Lloyd Boat Launch. You'll see the small note organization 1700 is a new addition this year. You will not see a specific slide dedicated to 1700, but that is where we are going to capture and budget our revenue and expenses associated with our camps. As we go into the future, much of our expenses specifically are crossing boundaries between camps. We are trying to find ways that we can have greater efficiencies between the individual camps. And by having a new organization that will allow us, as an example, to have a single salary line, that will allow us to budget a larger chunk that can be utilized across camps where the need arises. A great example is working with Happiness Is and Almost Anything Goes. They often occupy very similar spaces, and some of our resources can be used and staff used for both camps. So we've started a new organization. For the purposes of this presentation, it will be lumped in with 1100 as it traditionally has been. I didn't want to shake up the world too much by creating the new section. Highlights in 2022, athletic field rentals and our partnership with community organizations have thrived. We are programming at a very high level. and bringing in a lot of associated revenue from that. We are returning to full programming unencumbered by COVID-19 restrictions. You'll notice with a lot of our event programming, where we would usually have time slots to limit the volume in specific events, we have taken away some of those time slots, although a good example is the Easter egg hunt. We've maintained the time slots so that we can increase the quality of the experience for families that are participating. Fall Fest is an event that has had the greatest success in recent years. We will continue to grow that event as the community requests and as the community participation increases. Field rentals and revenue have increased. The Lloyd Beach storage revenue has also increased. We are now at full capacity for our fenced-in storage and our rack system for personal watercraft, kayaks, paddleboards, etc. We have a waiting list that is quite lengthy for those storage opportunities. And then we have our increase in camp participation. Coming out of COVID-19 pandemic specifically, the participation has continued to increase, which, as we'll discuss a little bit later, presents new opportunities and new challenges for us to maintain the quality that we have put forward. Looking forward into 2023, the largest focus from a recreation standpoint is identifying how we can be more efficient with our technology and how we can create data that is more applicable to decision making. I'll discuss later in the 1000 budget how we are going to use a survey system so that we can get greater feedback proactively as well as reactively based on programs, events, and use of our various green spaces. We'll be implementing that survey medium to inform our facility needs and offerings. We'll be strengthening the Wednesdays in the Woods series to feature high-interest talents. So we will continue to have an every Wednesday event style as we have in the summer previously. Rather than doing a concert every single Wednesday, we may piggyback some of our concerts with a movie offering. That will allow us to have a decreased number of concerts total, but increase the quality of each concert so that we come in at the same budget as planned. Reimagining the special events to allow for an opportunity for a larger number of participants. I think Fall Fest is a great example of that, as you can see in the picture. And then the increase in part-time hourly rate is going to really help us strengthen our workforce and keep up with a very challenging dynamic that exists in part-time hourly work currently.
What's a part-time hourly rate?
What is an example of an hourly? Right now, a good example, historically for starting lifeguards, we were paying $14 per hour. This year, we're budgeting to start lifeguards at $16 per hour. That'll bring us to the top of our peers, that although it is a position that we will not hold for long. The other park districts, other pools in the area are facing the same squeeze for qualified talent, and so we will still have struggle getting the number of lifeguards that we would prefer. You'll see with the $2 increase for lifeguards, the same thing can be seen for camp staff. We want to make sure that we have appropriate staffing so that we can maintain the quality of camp delivers, or that we deliver year in, year out. In 2023, the net operating income is projected to be $252,636. That's able to support our capital expenditures of $219,500. The operating expenses are projected to increase by $888,805. That's a 43.71% increase compared to the 2022 estimate. Now, if we break down that number further, it is easily seen where those increases are coming from. As I mentioned, we are increasing our hourly rate for 2023. That section alone results in just about a $136,000 increase for our operating expenses. That added with our hopeful plan to pursue a lightning protection structure of some sort at the Skokie Playfields. That is budgeted around $140,000. And then finally, the final chunk that is a significant change, we expect to have a transfer in our budget just north of $325,000 coming together for a large chunk of that $888,000. At the end of 2023, the Recreation Fund will represent a healthy fund balance of $4,617,968. With some of the projects we have coming in the next 5 years, which I will touch on briefly, that is a fund balance that will be needed, and especially in recreation industry with the large variety of spaces we have, it's good to have that rainy day fund for when something breaks, something needs to be changed immediately so that we don't have to delay programming in the meantime. Top 3 risks to the Recreation Fund as we see it. Number 1, access to suitable indoor programming space. This is a major concern that I have for our recreation spaces. We are unique in that we are a park district that has few available indoor spaces that we can use at all times and that are completely within our control. Through the cooperation with District 36, we are so fortunate to have access to spaces just as this auditorium, as well as various gymnasiums. But as we look forward to the future and our programming changes or programming expands, I think it will be important for us to ask the question of how can we take control of our own destiny? Specifically, how do we gain access to greater indoor programming space? That will come as a result of increased cooperation with our various community partners, as well as looking at how current spaces can either be modified or adjusted to support more varying programming and kind of made-to-order situations. A second risk is seasonal part-time staff availability. As we plan to budget a higher amount to attract hopefully a higher quality and a larger quantity of staff, there still has to be a willingness among the part-time staff. The squeeze for certified lifeguards has been apparent, and that is a worldwide problem currently coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, largely dictated by the lack of access to suitable aquatic programming during the pandemic. So we have a number of individuals that would have already been certified that are not presently certified and may choose to proceed, to pursue other opportunities. There's also a reevaluation of priorities. I like to reference the years of kind of the career lifeguards, if you will. They're not as common now, and so that creates a larger demand for lifeguards throughout the country and throughout the world, as I mentioned. And finally, number 3 risk, Mother Nature and loss of rental revenue. Because we are so dependent on our outdoor spaces and have little access to indoor space, our revenue and our bread and butter happens outside. When it rains and our fields are torn up, that creates a situation where we're not able to collect revenue, we're not able to program effectively on those spaces. As I mentioned, we are pulling back some of our programming on green spaces so that we can better strengthen those fields through the cooperation of Coast and his staff, and that will help to ensure that even in inclement weather, we'll still be able to move forward and continue a program. Some fee changes. Summer camps are expected to increase 3 to 14%. That is consistent with our recent increases, largely driven by the cost of staff as well as cost of services. Inflation is a real thing for programming, and that is a major contributor to increases across these fees. The individual beach passes will increase as well. We chose not to increase beach passes last year. We will increase them this year. Again, largely due to the fact of the rising staff costs to ensure that we can have adequate safety considerations on the beach. The beach pass family members are projected to increase 25 to 50%. That is a shocking number at its, by looking at it. What it translates into is a $5 to $10 increase depending on non-resident or resident family members. What we have noticed recently is the size of family members within our RecTrack system have grown significantly. I don't know that that means we have more of a population in Winnetka. I think some families are being creative with what is determined to be their family. And so as a way of curbing that trend, we will increase the family member rate. We are also considering changes to policies that will potentially curb some of the growing family size. That that decision has not been made, and we will consider all options going forward. Boat launch season passes will increase 10 to 13%. Again, we did not increase last year. And then athletic programs 3 to 15%, covering our rising costs and services as well as our staff costs. For the fund overview, we'll see revenue in 2023 is expected to be $3.6 million. As I alluded to, we have a decrease in programming for athletic field spaces that will allow for the regrowth and long-term sustainability of those spaces. The best examples I can give are Indian Hill Park was used during the COVID-19 pandemic for large soccer use, as well as flag football. Great use, great opportunity for the public. It really tore up the grass. And so we're taking a step back to try to be more knowledgeable, more aware of what we're doing to that space. We don't expect that it will have any long-term impact on that green space. Another example that is more obvious with the stormwater project, Little Duke Field is currently dug up, and so we are not programming over there. That will translate into a decrease in revenue to a certain degree. And then finally, Nick Corwin Field, we were programming all 4 fields simultaneously. We have to transition to a 2-on, 2-off approach. That will allow us to make sure that the fields are able to recover between seasons of use. It does translate into lower revenue potential, but we are working with AYSO to create opportunity to potentially put in an irrigation system out at Nick Corwin Field so that we can more quickly grow that grass, and then also we can strengthen the overall quality of the facility in general. Opportunity for donation is not included in revenue here, specifically for the fenced-in storage for the Lloyd Beach boat launch. The fenced-in storage lottery process, happens every year. This is our final year of 1 spot up for lottery. Starting in 2024, we will have 1 lottery spot as well as 1 bid spot. That revenue is expected to be somewhere between $10,000 to $20,000 total. Again, it is not included in this revenue projection because don't want to, count our chickens before they hatch. It'll be a nice bump potentially once we see revenue from that process. We don't want to put it in without knowing what participation rate we'll have. And then finally, the continued expectation of high participation rate for programs, events, and camps. One thing I'll note with camps, this year we're projecting camp to be 1 week shorter. That is because of how the calendar is shaking out. The school calendar is expected to finish on a Friday, with our typical start of camp being that following Monday, only 2 days separated. Rather than trying to rush into the schools and get set up in a space that, again, is not ours, one that we can't set up to prepare ahead for that, we will likely delay the start of camp 1 week. Now, that is not official. It is reflected in the budget as a decrease amount of revenue. If there is a way for us to access the space earlier and ensure that we can set up and be ready for the camp as soon as possible, then we will offer that additional week. So tentatively, that is reflected in our revenue. For the operating expenses, as I discussed with the $888,000 variance, largely, it is an increase in hourly rate, as well as some of our other large chunks as referenced previously. Our net operating income will be at $678,229, capital expenses of $219,500. Many of our capital expenses have been delayed in the past 2 years, specifically this year as a cost-saving measure. As we get towards the end of our seasons, we chose not to go and spend money we didn't need to spend right now, so we will delay that to 2023. There are some capital expenses included in 2023 that could further be pushed down the road, but we're getting to a point that if we keep pushing, we're going to have quite a logjam of investments that will need to happen in the near future.
I have one question. District 36's construction plans are happening mostly during the summers. When does that start to affect you and your ability to use their facilities?
We've been impacted by construction as soon as last year. We will be impacted by construction this year. We expect that this summer we should have sufficient access to spaces. Starting in 2024, however, space will be extremely limited. And that's honestly what scares me. I would like to see us move to a point that we have larger control over our own destiny with regards to that. That being said, we are entering into a renewed intergovernmental agreement discussion process with District 36, now that they understand the results of their referendum. That will be a chief consideration in that discussion process so that we can ensure that we are guaranteed at least the minimum space we need to continue our programming moving forward.
I was going to save this for the liaison update, but as it was timely with Commissioner Coda's question, I will just dive right in. D36 did include a memo in their board packet saying that their construction timeline for Hubbard Woods School and for Greeley are summer 2023. And then for Crow Island, their plan is to break ground in spring of 2024 and then have construction going on at Crow Island in summer 2024, with renovations wrapping up at Greeley and Skokie and Washburn. So I think we can see that there's going to be a problem for us and a challenge, an obstacle to overcome. So I just wanted to make sure that people were aware that there were some timelines floating around out there, and I'm happy to share this with you after, but I feel like it is an area that the planning cannot start soon enough probably to think through our options.
Absolutely, thank you. And D36 has been so forthcoming with that information. They've given us insight to their timeline prior to the referendum so that we can plan accordingly. Unfortunately, when it comes to space, until we know what we have, we don't know what we don't have, and it creates a challenge for planning. But now that we have a clear vision of the future and know this construction will happen, we'll be able to have more accurate, specific talks. Thank you.
If no one else, David, go ahead, because I got minutia questions.
Before you leave that, Kyle, you've spent some time with New Trier recently just to start looking into that relationship and how it might benefit us, correct?
Absolutely. I met with Augie Fontanetta, the athletic director of New Trier, this morning. We are keeping all opportunities open, and especially with the growth of their construction at the Winnetka campus. I would love to say that we would like to make use of that space. Having spoken with him many times on this topic, I'm not holding my breath on that one because they have that much programming and that much demand. Where the opportunity really lies is on the Northfield campus. There is opportunity to partner with New Trier to invest in their infrastructure and leverage needs that we have with needs that they are already experiencing. A good example, again, this is nothing that is beyond just pie in the sky conversations, but the caucus platform of looking into a swimming pool, they have a pool that needs some repair over there, and I think that's a great conversation for us to be having of how we could potentially look into adding access to a facility like that so that we can provide programming for the community. What's also convenient over there is they have a gymnasium right next to the pool, and it is also in need of some repair. Again, these are even before initial conversations, and this is just thinking about what would be nice. But these conversations are an example of collaboration with our local organizations, and I'm optimistic that we can make some positive movement.
So I've got, some of these are old-timer questions, Kyle. So given the horrific event of last 4th of July, have we increased the budget this year, or we're using the money from last year for fireworks?
As it stands right now, we're actually at the end of our contract with our fireworks provider, and so we are getting into the negotiation process for what that will look like. We have every plan to have fireworks offered at least at the same level as we've enjoyed in recent years. Looking at the cost that was associated with fireworks last year, unfortunately, we did not recoup all of what we had budgeted for that performance. We did save a portion of it, and I expect that we will be able to have a full-scale celebration for 4th of July this year. looking also at the investment and the need for a greater sense of security and awareness. We made great strides at Fall Fest this year to employ a third-party security firm, as well as cooperating with the local Winnetka Police Department and Fire Department. I think it was a great, hugely positive step, so I would expect to see that at our large-scale events.
Okay. Yeah, and again, in the past, donations have come in via the Parks Foundation to specific to fireworks. Hopefully a letter goes out, and if not, let us send out the letter. So we can send out the letter and say, send your checks to the Parks Foundation, so if we can enhance that 4th of July, that's something I think the community is really going to yearn for this year, because last year was pretty tragic. So that's one. Two, I want to confirm that Wednesdays in the Woods is a free event.
That is correct.
And we are looking for sponsors.
That is correct as well.
Okay. Third and lastly, a challenge for you. So we've been criticized recently for, well, you're charging for this and you're charging for that and you're making all these charges so you can pay for the stuff at the beach. I'll refrain from comment on that. But my challenge to you is, can you identify what the cost is to put on these events at the 4th of July and Fall Fest, so the public understands what our cost obligation is to put on the event? And the challenge would be, can we charge just enough to cover our expenses? That's what I got. Thanks.
I'm happy to look into that. Thank you. Speaking specifically on the donation front, I can say that Anya Kramer's been doing a fantastic job working with the Winnetka Parks Foundation and reinvigorating what they are doing and what they will do, and I'll let her get into further detail on that at a later time. Looking at the overall capital expenditures, the largest piece that I'll direct your attention to is directed on the athletic fields, $100,000. That is earmarked for 2 potential irrigation systems. One would be installed at Little Duke Field. While we're under construction right now, and we are expecting a fantastic grow-in for green space in that area, Costa has identified a great opportunity of putting an irrigation system in that space to ensure that it is not just up to the level of what it was, but it's far beyond what it could be. And I think that's going to be a hugely beneficial investment for the long-term programming outdoor for the Park District. The other piece of that is, again, as I mentioned for Nick Corwin Park, we are very optimistic that we'll be able to get irrigation out to that area. That $100,000 will go towards both efforts, and we expect it should be appropriately budgeted. For the swimming beaches, we have a number of less than glamorous, they're more than incidental investments that we'll do, things like ejector pumps, items that you want to be ready to repair or replace as soon as they come up, and so we we are budgeting accordingly. And then recreation programming, that is for a new stage. I believe Costa touched on it when we did the major capital presentation. That would go to replace the current stage that we have to ensure that we always have access to summer.
Just one more comment, which goes all the way back to caucus plank number 1. So one thing we forgot to mention is that the Park District now will no longer be paying a retail rate to the village for water. We're going to be paying a discount rate. And it may not sound like much, but it's a very significant amount of money, to the tune of at least $50,000 for the golf course alone. So if you're going to irrigate Nick Corwin Park, go for it.
Awesome, thank you. Before I open for questions, there are a couple items I do want to touch on, and if you'd like me to dive deeper into any of the individual organizations within the Recreation Fund, I'm happy to do so. But thinking about some of the items that I have discussed with commissioners prior to this meeting, number one, Commissioner Rapp brought forward a great idea with regards to concession sales for the beachfront specifically at Tower Road Beach. And there will be a modification to our recreation budget to the tune of somewhere between $3,000 to $5,000. It will likely be a $5,000 mark that we will use to bring in food truck service on a couple specific dates throughout the summer. We had one or two instances last year where for other programming we had a food truck present, very positively received by the community. I think this can be a great test of concept with a smaller investment in the grand scheme, but this will allow us to bring some sort of food service to a Tower Road Beach or a Maple Beach or to Lloyd so that we can really give access to the community and also help inform decisions going forward. Hearing the caucus planks and their request for greater feedback and conversation with the Park District, one of the real focuses of the Recreation Department for the following year is going to be soliciting feedback through questionnaires, through comment, easy access feedback systems. One of the pieces budgeted in the 1,000 organization is $11,000 for use with Qualtrics, which is a survey platform. That will allow us to essentially have easy access to survey capabilities, whether that is Fall Fest, leaving the grounds, you get a text message, how was it? Fall Fest, leaving the grounds, you get a text message, what was your favorite food? Items like that that will allow us to have readily available, consistent feedback, rather than it's the end of the year, let's look in and recap and ask people large questions that are 5 pages long. So we'll be able to have more proactive surveying of the community through that. Now that is intended specifically for recreation use, but the nice thing for what we intend to do with Qualtrics, that platform will be able to be used by all pieces of the park district. That will allow us to potentially, again, if we take advantage of it, allow us to put a QR code at Crow Island, and when someone's on the trail at Crow Island, they scan the code, say, hey, the trail's overgrown, that feedback goes directly to Parks and Maintenance, and we can have an easier exchange of information like that. So this year, I intend to be a dry run, a toe in the water, let's see what we can do for a greater investment or a larger implementation long term.
Can I make one comment?
Absolutely.
You do a really good job of presenting. You know your business. You're pretty damn articulate. So thank you. Technology, I know you had a lot of data requests this year. We need better data. Not just feedback, better data. So I don't know if we have in the budget some type of... What's that?
Qualtrics is a great example of that, but beyond that, how we utilize our systems currently is not as effective as it needs to be. And so we are fortunate that we have a system that we don't need to completely abandon. We just need to use it better. And I've already secured 12 hours of audit and training from the company that manages the system to go in, dig in, teach our staff how to use it more effectively so that our numbers make more sense.
Yeah, and they're easy to query. And I would ask you to keep our website somehow, obviously we spent a lot of money with our new website, somehow it has to connect to it. And then I would just, I don't know if anybody objects, but I personally don't want to see all the sub-funds. I think I'd love to see golf and tennis and ice before the rest of rec. Is that out of the interest of time? Because I know we've got a lot of other stuff to talk about tonight. Do we have to see all the rec sub-funds?
Look, it's a board decision. You have the content. It's up to you if you want us to go through it. So,
I would say, Commissioner Stephen, you did have one question prior to the presentation that I'm happy to touch on. Big question in the community, what's happening with Sailing? Sailing is an organization within the Recreation Fund. As you look through the numbers right now, you'll see that there is no revenue projected for Sailing. There is minimal expense projected for Sailing. What we have decided to do is to take a step back and see how we can do Sailing better. we have no plan of abandoning sailing for Winnetka, and we hope to be able to bring it back as quickly as possible. What we've encountered is the quality of our sailing program in recent years has diminished greatly. Again, from stories I've heard predating my arrival, largely due to the aging of qualified instructors in the community. And that's not to say that they became quote-unquote old, but they might have graduated from college. They might have gone into the professional world. And so while we are lacking qualified, responsible instructors, I feel that it is necessary for us to take a step back, identify how we can do better, how we can potentially partner with other community organizations that offer sailing, also reaching out to the surrounding colleges and universities that may have sailing clubs on campus, and see if we can tap into some of their knowledge and staff to move forward. So it is not in the budget right now, but as soon as we have solutions to move forward, we will return to offering sailing in some capacity as quickly as possible.
I think we're good.
Coming back to data, we talked about this earlier this week. Do I understand that as part of this re-finessing your data, you're going to be able to give reports on beach use, so we'll know what people are going to what beach when, and kind of volume, day, time of day? Is that correct?
That is the intent.
Good.
Until we have it up and running, we'll see what it looks like, but it's my intention to give that data and more.
Kyle, thank you very much. Unbelievable. Thank you for the detail. More questions, if you have them for the additional subgroups, feel free to email Kyle directly. If you have a chance to copy me, that'd be awesome, but thank you, Kyle.
Good evening. I'm Matt Johnson, the head professional at the Winnetka Golf Club, and with me is Mike Slezak, who's the superintendent of the golf club. We're excited to get before you guys and talk about 2022 and 2023, and we'll hope to get this short and sweet and to the point here. We are speaking to Org 2000 and Org 2001. 22 highlights. We had another great year. So golf, whether you want to believe it or not, is booming right now. Obviously, the only thing we didn't include on here is growing is the par 3 course due to the shutdown early in July, but otherwise 18-hole fees were up, driving range was up. And these are all over 5-year averages that include COVID years of 2019 and 2020. We hosted a Par for Parkinson's event where Michael J. Fox Foundation came out. They were able to raise over $140,000. They used the Par 3 golf course for that event, so it was a pretty neat event that we hosted. And the Illinois Junior Golf Association was out at our golf course once again for 2 events in 2021. And then to cap the season, Nutra Golf Team had a great year. So they had the individualist won state. It was the Crimean boys, and the older brother who didn't win, he was part of the team too. So they had a great year and pulled out the state championship. And the girls, by the way, who weren't expected to have a good year, made it to state as well. 2022 highlights.
So, for 2100 golf meetings, our biggest challenge this year was the labor challenges of a reduced labor force, focus on essential maintenance. It was greens, tees, fairways, banks, and rough. Keep that all conditioned for play, bunkers, ball marks, all the essential duties. And there was a superintendent's transition. Former Superintendent Matt McCann stepped down in July, and I took up the round in July, and moving forward. And with the weather, we had a large windstorm on August 29th, and the driving range received some heavy damage on the netting, and we had several trees on the southern half of the course from straight line winds, toppled down on a few tees and fairways and areas played, and that had to be all cleaned up the next few weeks afterwards to have the course in playable condition. We had a new piece of equipment this year, a new fairway mower, a Toro 3555. It was a great piece of equipment because we could mow our fairways much quicker and with a higher quality cut. And the par 3 closed July 18th, and that was great for my staff to allow them to work and focus more on the 18 side and have that more of a room to service. And then we also had the water fee was drastically reduced, so the water budget is a lot less than much previous years.
All right, 2023. So, as everybody knows well, the 18-hole course and the par 3 course are closed and currently under construction. I would encourage all of you to get down there and take a look. It's in earnest right now in the 18-hole course, and they're really making great leaps down there. The driving range will be our only revenue source open. So from that, we can still run private and group construction. We've done really great in the group construction. It'll be a little bit tough to corral all the revenue we've had in the past due to the loss of the par 3 course, which is used integrally in our programming. Obviously, marketing plays a huge part. This is maintaining communication with the constituency that plays the golf course regularly, because they're all going to be going off to other courses. We want to maintain being there, present on their mind, to want to come back to Winnetka National, to return to our golf course and come back home. There's also, we're going to make a strong push to update on stormwater renovation progress. That's in conjunction with the village. The village has that up on their site. We've linked to their site, but we're going to be updating our site as well. And then also capitalizing on other opportunities that this shutdown will present to us, such as rebranding and other opportunities around the golf clubhouse area as well. We hit on stormwater a number of times, obviously, but conservative approach to net operating income. So obviously we're projecting a loss due to the shutdown. And the range was decreased slightly from a normal range here. That's a really hard one to get a feel for, because that could go either way. It could see a lot of activity with that being the only golf going on there. It just could not be appealing with all the construction, fencing, and everything going on with the paddle courts and everything going up there as well. We also have, so we have the group and private instruction, and then seasonal labor. Obviously, we're looking to do some of the maintenance on the golf course in-house, and so we've got to tap into that market. And as Kyle has hit on, and you're going to hear that again, we need to up our pay to some of these seasonal laborers in order to be competitive in the market. So minimum wage is going up this year. It's jumping up, so we're going to have to meet that at the very least, but that pushes the whole pay scale up and down, and adds some elasticity on the upper end of that as well. Top 3 risks, we always look at weather, and that's going to play huge when you get into August of next year. So when the grass seed is planted, keep the fingers crossed that we don't have a major storm, or we'll be back in front of you again. Labor, we hit on that earlier, and then competition. So everyone's going to be going to those other golf courses, they're going to get exposed to other courses, and so we want to make sure that when they come back, we're the new toy and they can have a good time at our golf course. And then fee changes, they're nominal this year. It's a 20% increase on buckets. It's nothing huge, so we're talking $2 from $10 to $12. Group instruction, that's a minor increase. We're going up on our hourly rate just a little bit on the group instruction. And the private instruction, which has not seen a rate increase since 2010, is going up 8%. When we dive into the numbers a little bit deeper here, we start with our reserves. Obviously, we go down in 2023. We had a really good year, considering we were budgeting for a net loss of $287,000, and we ended up quite a bit on the positive side on that. And obviously, a little bit of that playing in there. That's even if you pull out the $390 that came in as a village payment to us. So obviously, when we mine down in here, the cart pass comes to top of mind, and I would strongly encourage you guys to, that's a must do at this point. because you don't want to shut that thing down again, and that's the way golf is consumed, is through riding golf carts. But you're looking through this time, and obviously if everything goes well, we've worked on this, and we're mindful of the future and keep an eye on 2024 when we come out of this and have a really nice golf course and a nice crown jewel for the community to experience as well. There's our cart pass, I think rolled into that, and I think that's gone up a little bit. Is that for the bridges? And we'll get to questions.
I'll go.
Okay.
I'll go. Sorry. You snooped this. You've had 3 great years. I would have bet a lot of money against golf having $1.5 million in reserves at the end of 2022 when I first came on board. So congrats.
Thank you.
I would say one thing on the slide where you went through the numbers is there is a negative reserve number of $583,000. That's actually not possible. So I would work with Jim. That's got to be much higher, like a minimum positive number. So negative 583 doesn't work. So we're going to have to transfer more money from some other fund into golf so that it maintains its minimum reserve requirement.
I would obviously, I'd agree with that. I don't think this accounts for the transfer that Jim hit from corporate, or from, was it rec?
Rec's not included.
Yeah.
You got 800 transferred there.
Okay, I've got, well, actually one's a comment, and actually 2 of them are comments. So if you could go back to the beginning slide, again, this will be for people who have played at the golf course. So there, one more forward. That's a stunning picture. So for anyone who has played the par 3 course, this is a picture of the first hole. And it'd be really stunning if you saw what it was before to what this is now. And literally, as you go to the 18-hole course, this is what you're also going to see on the 18th hole. It's really dramatic. I agree, it's going to be a crown jewel when it's done. So that's fantastic. It's going to be very difficult to be patient for 2 years because I'm going to be jonesing to play as soon as possible. And Mike, I want to give you special kudos. Yeah, the par 3 course went down, but you also went down in staff. So you busted your butt out there. And there were all kinds of compliments on the golf course, so kudos to you and your staff.
One thing I'd like the commissioners to recognize, Matt and Mike were fantastic in the budgeting process. We brought on Kemper Sports effective November 7th. It's November 17th. The process just to get to a first meeting with Kemper, let alone to advance some level of budget dialogue, we haven't even started that. There are so many different steps that have to take place to get to some level of dialogue on how their view of the Winnetka Park District and its current expense as budgeted, how they may be able to help us. Or maybe they have some expenses that are in addition to ours. But Matt and Michael, just kept going in the face of, some questions, if you will. And so, very grateful to each of you for what you did to get to this content. We know that it's very fluid. More to come, but thanks for the efforts today.
You're welcome. Most welcome, yeah.
One just quick comment. Sorry, so good. As you notice within the other courses in the area, when they undergo renovation, they'll take a lot of pictures from drones and post them on social media. I think it'd be really cool just to highlight what you're accomplishing here at Winnetka and share that with the public. A lot of people that I know that use the course or have their children play the course aren't fully aware of the extent of the work that's being done. And pictures like this are awesome. You do compare contrast stuff, I think it would really get people excited. So I know you got a lot to play. I think we have drones in the facility based on some of the pictures I've seen. Could be cool.
Yeah, that was actually discussed at a meeting with Gracie this past week. So she's drone pilot, and we talked about some regularity to those so that we can see some like before and after pictures and on a regular basis too. That would be terrific.
I just wanted to ask, are you guys excited about the new course? Are you excited about Rick Jacobson's design? Are you guys coming in each day saying, wow, this is cool, stuff is happening? Or I just, it doesn't come through in the numbers, but I think much of the board, and maybe some of the public are curious just to hear your thoughts and...
Oh, I mean, we're thrilled. I mean, Mike and I, we met today and then we drove out on the golf course to look because they're starting out on the west end of the 18-hole course and they're going to work their way back out. And they were out there removing trees and you get out there and I was showing some pictures to some of the other fellow Park District employees and it's amazing. And it looks great and it's going to look really neat. It's having played out a lot of Rick's other courses that he's done and we get Rick for the last time. He's retiring after this, so maybe we'll get Rick's best effort as his last, but it's pretty neat. It looks great. And those plans, I think, will get to the point where there's a real good visual for them because they've just finalized all the trees and everything that are to come out, so that'll all be able to be seen by public and everything. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Thanks.
Good evening, everybody. Pat Fergassi, manager of the Wilson Tennis Center. Joining me tonight is Joe Holge, my assistant manager, my left-hand man, because I'm predominantly left-handed. So Joe's here. Alexander Shumney is not here this evening. He's my director of tennis, as well as 30 other part-time and a couple of full-time staff members. I present proudly the tennis budget here to you tonight. We have two accounts that we operate our budget out of. We have the indoor 2,500 account, and then above that, the 2,400 outdoor tennis account that we'll go through this evening. Kind of a visual guy, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and so I'll just go through the highlights really quickly with some images we caught. At the end of last year, we were able to finally push through the LED light project around this time, actually, and so far to date through September, we've already seen $20,000 in electric savings at the facility for our indoor court light conversion, so we're really happy about that. In our 8-month indoor ladies tennis team season, we had about 100 ladies that play and practice once a week and play matches and travel matches. We have 6 teams that play at our facility, and we're proud of all of our teams, and especially our ladies B team that took home the championship last year. This year we partnered with the Todd Martin Youth Leadership Organization. The year prior, they hosted with the Wilmette Park District, the same fundraising tennis opportunity, and so we partnered with Todd Martin and his team to put on some junior programs, adult programs, and then in the evening they did an auction in the Paddle Hut where Todd Martin attended and spoke eloquently in the evening. So it was a different type of event to host, which was fun. We finally got the Parks Foundation Ladies Round Robin event off the ground. We tried it in spring with no avail. I think it was just busy timing, and we got it off this October. We had about 18 players participate in tennis, and then met in the lounge afterwards, did a raffle. And I think it was a great night and a great starting point to do more of these things moving forward and working with the Parks Foundation. We're already talking about maybe a Valentine's round robin to not exclude the husbands who might want to come out and play with their significant others. Facility exterior painting, one of our big capitals we accomplished this year, kind of a side-by-side here, if you will. Early stage is the painting. You can see on the right side the new painted area, and then to the left, that was soon to be completed afterwards. And pretty dramatic change, and we did, as you know, complete painting around the exterior of the facility on 3 of the sides. And it really makes the building look brand new, so really pleased. In October, we are a partner with GLASA, which is the Great Lakes Adaptive Sports Association, yearly. Every Saturday they come on out, they use a couple courts, and they run a program for their wheelchair athletes. And we ran a tournament for them this year. It was a Midwest event that brought in players from Cincinnati, Indianapolis, and the local area as well. Actually, one of our instructors, Paul Moran, won the tournament as well in his division, so really proud of him. And then they also tied in a kids clinic for those kids that are in a wheelchair and getting an opportunity to learn the game in this manner. So it was a really exciting weekend for us. Looking ahead to 2023 highlights, we're looking to spend $183,000 back into the facility, and we'll get into some of those improvements further on down in the presentation. We anticipate the return of the Nielsen Pro Tennis Championships. We thought it might come back, and we budgeted for it to come back last year in our conversations with Linda Goodman, and for whatever reason, pulling together the financial resources, it did not happen. It worked out in our favor. We were able to run programs for an extra week, and we actually generate more revenue for running programs than we do for this event. So it was a win for us. We do anticipate it coming back, and we're going to welcome it back into the facility for the upcoming year. We won't know for sure until January if it will come back or not. And then 5 years remaining on debt service of over $1 million that we started in 2013 when we rehabbed the facility. And so it's great to see the light at the end of the tunnel after many years of trying to meet that obligation, as well as still add to our reserves, and really happy to continue moving things in a positive direction. As we go through, you'll see the numbers. This is something that I did for myself because I was questioning my own budgeting ability and wondering how could we be so successful and where is my budgeting coming from? And then I had to just look back 5 years, right, beyond the pandemic. Obviously, we know the demand for group lessons continues to be very, very strong, stronger than I even anticipated, even though I'm budgeting above what we did in 2019. Private lessons, the other major revenue generating area for us. But this is really where the demand and the dollars are coming from to support, the adding to reserves here at the facility. And that's through September, and this is just looking at the indoor operation. And then I had to see the other side of the coin, the expense side. And fortunately, the expenses for us are pretty level, if not below. And so it's a great trend. Obviously, the salaries and wages are up, and that's because our pros are on court teaching more. So we're going to pay them more for the time that they're teaching. So. Top 3 risks for the facility. I've said this one in years past. It's the one that keeps me up at night. We are, teaching at full capacity, and if we have instructors leave us or go down, how do we fill that void? We have an aging staff, an experienced staff who build great relationships, so how do we then replenish those staff members when they start leaving the business or cutting down the hours? So that's something that we're always looking to, hopefully it's years down the road, but we're always having our eye on that. So it's going to happen sooner or later, hopefully later. Growth of platform and pickleball interest, as you know through the conversations you probably have with the public, hugely popular games. We expand platform tennis. I think there's room for players that do all, and I've heard of many tennis players that do play pickleball and or platform tennis, and so we share those players. We might lose some beginning players because of the ease of learning maybe pickleball. Maybe they'll try platform until it's 30 degrees and raining, and then they'll come back to indoor tennis, so we'll see. But it's certainly something that's out there, and I think there's room for all demographics to participate in tennis and pickleball and platform tennis. And then inflation and demographic changes. I think, I think we're a little insulated from that, but I think it's a reality, and I think across the nation is something we're aware of. And so I think last year, I think it was a smart move to try to not raise any group lesson pricing for us. And so that's not the case for next year. But in any event, it is reality, and it could change the way people decide to choose their money. And I think people do place high priority on recreation, fortunately, and there's a lot of interest in tennis as a major recreational sport. So we're in a great spot for that. Here we go, fee changes for the upcoming season. Indoor and outdoor group lessons are looking to increase 3%. Indoor-outdoor private lessons 3%. That big 9% number is really small when you look at the number overall. For court time, it's non-prime time. For members, $22 to $24, divide that by 4 or 2, it's minimal. Combined fund overview, my favorite page in the whole presentation here. A lot of information to digest. Probably the most important one, if you look at 22's estimate, would be at the end of the day. we're going to add about $800,000 to our reserves, bringing us up to 1.7 to start 2023. Our revenues projections for the upcoming year are less than our actual estimates that we're projecting for this year, but above what we did the year before. I'm just still maybe a bit cautious. However, I'm trying to do my best in guessing how successful we'll be. Looking at operating expenses, same thing. I'm going above what we expensed the year prior and estimated 2022 numbers as well. And that's due in part to some rising costs. Repairs and maintenance, the building did turn 60 years old this year, and so any repair item, which I found out this year, to repair our front doors was an extraordinary expense. Who would think? So that number we budgeted, I don't know, I guess it would be aggressively for the upcoming year. And then happy to report it for under. We still look to generate some operating income, even though we're increasing expenses and not budgeting for higher revenues. Still a healthy net operating income for 2023. We still have capital expenses that will exceed what we did last year as well, and adds our total expenses to be higher combined between operating and capitals for next year as well. And then you look at the net fund income, we're still happy to be putting and adding hopefully at least $319,000 to our reserves for the end of the year. Capitals, over $25,000 include outdoor shade structure. That was one that we had budgeted for this year and put ahead to next year to complete. We have to add some concrete for a base and then put a canopy over the top. Outdoor court repairs to courts 8 through 12. You can see some significant cracking along the asphalt joints of the courts there. And then there's some dipping as well. So we're going to address those issues this summer before the tournament comes. Pray for no rain during the month of June. And then radiant heater replacement. So courts 5 through 8, you can kind of see along the wall there, above the green painted wall, there are fin tube heaters that produce heat on the west side of the courts. And so while they still work just fine, in my 26 years there, the original heaters. So I'm sure they have a life cycle that will have to be changed out at some point. So that's the capital plan for 2023. Any questions?
Go ahead, Colleen.
Quick question. Chance for indoor pickleball courts ever?
I'll say there's a chance. I can't tell you what percentage that chance is. To be honest with you, my priority, I think the wishes of the Nielsen family were to have tennis pit on the tennis courts. And if I showed you my court sheets in the indoor season, it's impossible to find spots. So I would love to do it. I just don't know how realistic, putting pickleball on our tennis courts is at this point in time. If we had dips in usage throughout the day, I would, of course, be open to putting in, pickleball into our indoor facility. So, yeah.
Maybe we can talk about that, because it's the golden oldies that are really into the pickleball.
Maybe it's a fundraiser.
There you go.
There are some opportunities for events, one-offs, if you will. I just can't program that in with as busy as I am at this point in time, or else you'll see me hanging from the flagpole at the tennis center. Sure.
You don't want to see it.
And we do have some golden oldies playing lots of tennis as well.
They are.
Same topic. You and your team run an outstanding organization over there. I know firsthand, experiencing it with my kids. The programming is full. The group, all the lessons groups sell out really quickly. There's wait lists. It's always busy every time I drive by. But in my role as a commissioner, the years begin to blend together. And at one point, we were talking about transforming 1 or 2 of the courts into pickleball courts. And we obviously have never done that. But when was that? Can you remind me when that was and kind of where and why we never
Great memory.
progressed?
We did do it, actually. We put blended lines on our outdoor court. Outside court number 6 has 2 blended pickleball court lines on either side of the net. We have some nets out there that are there for the public to use if they pull them on out to play. It's a year into the pickleball courts being there and trying to provide that opportunity. We're still trying to work through the best programming style of those courts, whether we want to teach on them, leave them for recreational play, which is what we did. Left them for open play for people to just come on over with some general guidance of how you should play or use and rotate through as many players could show up for those courts. Again, the times that we offered weren't ideal for pickleball players because those courts are very, very busy in the summer months with our own programs. And again, tennis is my priority. Programs are high priority and demand, and our ladies teams in the summertime take a lot of those court times. So while we did offer it, I know that it probably wasn't ideal. They're just not dedicated pickleball courts at this point in time. But we do have them out there, and it is an option. Might not be the favorite option of pickleball players, but it is an option.
I would echo that. You run a great business. And here's the one thing I know people talk about. I go over to Northfield to play pickleball. And my wife, she's better than me, but we have a great time. You have a big building that you need to take care of that requires investment. So you're very focused on revenue. And that's a difference versus some of these other communities. They don't have a big building that they have to make sure that they reserve for when needed investments are made. So you're obviously, you've been there 26 years, you know what you're doing. So I would just say thank you very much for running a fantastic business.
Thank you very much. Yeah, quick question. You did not include anything in the budget for a donation from the Nielsen Foundation, correct? So if we were to get that, that's like a real plus, right? Okay.
Also, and that was, we talked about the bubble a couple of years ago as a potential opportunity for us to create some more opportunities for programming. We had money in the budget also for a consultant to come on out and give us more information, drill down deeper into that. We actually had the sales rep that we had spoken to several times, Costa and myself. He did actually happen to be in town because he was looking at another bubble project down the road by the Willow Hill. They're putting a big soccer bubble over there. And after he got his eyes on the site, instead of looking at Google Maps, there were going to be some serious challenges with our original thought of where we could locate a bubble. And so it took a little bit of a hit for us. We pumped the brakes on it. Costs went up considerably. And so at this point, we just kind of put the brakes on things. At some point, maybe there'll be some conversation down the road. We've had some interesting conversations with North Shore Country Day, who is leaned on us to give them more information about a bubble, and it's a consideration for them because they're going to be making some changes to their campus, and maybe it's something that if things work out, it's only a 2-year need for them, we might be able to then take it off their hands. And so, too early to say anything one way or the other. It was more original discussion, but it's another opportunity that might present itself for us down the road at a lesser cost, and again, an opportunity perhaps down the road for us to add more programming space. Pickleball, also is being offered this indoor season by Kyle and the recreation staff. They did get into one of the schools, and a lot of pickleball is played in gymnasiums in that downtime, and so they're offering a free opportunity for pickleball at one of the schools. I forget which one it is.
Skokie started tonight.
Oh, there you have it.
So I'd like to thank Joe and Pat and certainly the staff for the budget information. When Pat highlighted the great results of 2022, he did not highlight, and we need to remember, April 28th. It was a board meeting for the Winnetka Park District back when we were hosting board meetings in the community center, or the community room. And it's when the fire department came over to recognize Pat for his incredible safety efforts and the staff members who contributed to that. So I don't want tonight to go without mentioning that. It was a major, it might be the biggest thing you did to date in 2022. So thank you for that. So
Appreciate that. And then a side note to that, Dr. Messersmith is about playing tennis quite regularly. So shortly after that, he went to San Diego, went to Africa, and he's living his best life. So.
I think we have a Unfortunately, Paul Schwartz is not able to make it with us tonight, but Kyle Berg is going to stand in and give us some indoor ice arena commentary as well as platform tennis budget commentary. So thank you, Kyle.
Thank you. As John just pointed out, I am not Paul Schwartz. My beard is not as impressive, but I will do my best to give an overview of ice and platform tennis. Highlights from this year. The group lessons are doing phenomenally well. Exceeded revenue projections by $50,000. The summer programming continues to expand. That's been a real nice add-on for the ice arena. That space previously was not used, and now it is nearly at capacity as far as available time being used during the summer. So a great improvement by the ice staff. Celebrating the 50th anniversary, a lot of excitement there. Celebrations, you can see on the slides here that they've changed the colors to celebrate that anniversary. On the flip side of that, it does point out that the ice arena is getting older, and we have aging infrastructure throughout the district, and we'll need some investments. Specifically, the ice arena will be looking the next few years at a new roof, which will be a substantial investment and large expense for the reserves. And then finally, the new multi-purpose and party room. If you can picture being in the ice arena, what was essentially an awards room, the trophy room, if you will, has been transitioned into a multi-purpose room that is most notably used for parties. This has been a huge efficiency for staff. Rather than needing to set up a birthday party immediately before the party in the locker room, because the locker room was already being used by various groups throughout the morning or afternoon, Paul and his staff are now able to set up a birthday party in the morning, go about their business, party comes in the afternoon, and they have greater flexibility with that. Beyond that, there's just a lot of different feel in that space, and there's potential for use for meetings and other sorts of uses in the future, so great improvement there. Looking to the 2023 highlights, as I said, they're celebrating the 50th anniversary, the ice show, Blades of Gold. That will be held May 5th and 6th. Mark your calendars. Facility upgrades, including the restrooms being refreshed, locker room heaters, and then the new Zamboni. The restrooms are definitely an example of need for investment in aging infrastructure, so the renovations and refreshings are well timed. And then there's an expected reduction in the utility and repair and maintenance expenses with the absence of the outdoor rink. This will be a huge cost savings, and I believe it is budgeted to be around $30,000 each year. Looking at the budget comments and trends, the Zamboni has been presented to the board previously. We'll have a June expected delivery in 2023. This was originally intended to be a 2022 expense, but due to supply chain slowdowns, we'll be expecting delivery later in the year. Large portion of the ice rental remains as contracted youth programming. The group lessons revenue are rebounding to pre-pandemic numbers, and the Winnetka Hockey Club and New Trier Hockey Clubs started summer programs to increase their revenue, but dropped the rink rental revenue. So what you'll see on the fund overview, the money essentially stays the same. The bottom line is the same. Where it is tracked has changed from a rink rental to part of the affiliate agreements, and we look at that once we get to the fund overview. Top 3 risks facing the ice arena. Hockey participation of younger players is on a downward trend for both the Park District and the Winnetka Hockey Club. This is not uncommon for the ice industry. Paul tells me when I ask about this, it's largely due to what's going on in sports. The Blackhawks, are they being successful? Well, then hockey participation will increase. You will also expect that around a Winter Olympics that's coming up or coming fresh off, we see participation increase. And so it's not an urgent risk, but it is an ever-present risk. The LRP is going to require some upcoming expenditures and will likely deplete reserves. Specifically for that, we're talking about the roof on the ice arena. And then finally, the aging infrastructure of a 50-year-old building is readily obvious when going around the facility. That being said, for all things considered, Paul and staff are doing a phenomenal job keeping it running as it's expected to be. Some fee changes here are very small. The Winnetka Hockey Club ice time is increasing from 347 per hour to 354 starting August 1st. New Trier Hockey Club, very similarly, 345 to 352. Non-contract ice is changing from $360 to $370, and there's a $1 increase per hour for all group lessons starting January 2023. I will point out the hourly ice time or cost of ice for the Winnetka Hockey Club and the New Trier Hockey Club are dictated by their affiliate agreements, so this is not arbitrarily set. It is agreed upon and signed on. We are presently in the first of 3 years on the affiliate agreements for both the Winnetka Hockey Club as well as the New Trier Hockey Club. Finally, the change in the non-contract ice from 360 to 370 in reality doesn't translate into much additional revenue because the ice is being used by affiliate groups, group programming. Free time on ice is very hard to come by. So we don't see that hourly rate used all that often. Looking at the overview, revenue expected in 2023, $996,500. That is a slight increase off of budget as well as estimate, again reflected by the increase in the affiliate agreements hourly ice changes. The expenses are $834,000. That is right on point with what was budgeted. Looking at the estimate this year, there's a reduction in supplies, services, and repair and maintenance, and the internal repairs for the aging infrastructure will cause the increase. And then finally, we've got the net operating income of $162,040 on the positive side. Capital expenses of $218,000, replacing the aging ice resurfacer, the Zamboni, in 2023 as compared to what was previously planned for 2022, and then the major capital, the Zamboni, as previously discussed. Looking at the Zamboni, very excited to have delivery of that. I can say that Paul and Anya are working very diligently to secure additional funding to help offset some of that cost through sponsorship and branding on the unit. Last I've heard, those discussions are going very well, and so that will be a cost that definitely does not hit quite as strong at the bottom line. Any questions on the ICE fund? Again, I'm not Paul Schwartz, but I do my best impression. I'm happy to pass them along.
I spend far too much time at the Winnetka Ice Rink, but would commend Paul and his team for operating an incredible facility despite the aging profile of the facility itself. It's the best ice from the North Shore in terms of ice quality. The place is always spotless, and he and his staff are always operating that place at full efficiency. For future park board members, future commissioners, keeping an eye on the deterioration of that facility is going to be really important. Centennial Ice Rink in Highland Park this summer their foundation cracked, and the rink is shut down for the foreseeable future, and they've had to outsource it to other rinks. The cost implications of that are crazy. And second, I would encourage the Park District in the future to begin thinking about creative solutions around an ice arena, because not everybody agrees that that's a good use of spending money. However, if you turn towards the ice rink in Evanston, they've incorporated indoor tracks, racquetball courts, and they even have a library in that hockey rink, plus basketball courts and gymnasiums. You look at the Glenview Ice Rink, the Park District facility there, spent a tremendous amount of money on that, raised a tremendous amount of money on that, and it's a community resource that's being used for multi-purpose affiliated groups beyond just figure skating and ice hockey. But again, Paul and his team do a fabulous job, and they should be commended for their tremendous contributions to the ice arena and the community.
Thank you.
I just have one question about the Zamboni. Will it be able to be featured in the parade on the 4th of July? That might help with the sponsorship because that is a high visibility time, but wow, that'll be great. Yeah.
I agree, it would be a phenomenal addition. I cannot speak to the intricacies of where that can or cannot go, but it's a great call out and definitely pass it along.
On the scale of the Wienermobile, I think, for the Zamboni, really and truly.
Yeah.
Board members, I
Same time? I don't know.
I think we have a volunteer to ride on the Zamboni and ask for money.
As long as don't make me drive it.
No, because that's an insurance risk.
Unless you have any other questions, can we move to platform tennis?
Platform tennis, looking at 2022, we have new court construction, 2 additional courts being added. Completion date of those courts is still in, or to be determined, depending on weather and availability, finishing off what is a very busy time of year for that industry. The continued facility use agreement with North Shore Country Day has been very beneficial for the Park District. Looking at $7,000 in revenue for 2022 to 2023. That is a year-by-year agreement. We have discussed, Paul and I have discussed, possibility of locking that in for a longer period of time, just to make sure that we have consistency with planning ahead with that revenue. But that is just a phenomenal partnership. We're very fortunate to work with North Shore Country Day in that regard, amongst other opportunities. Then finally, group lesson revenue is rebounding to pre-pandemic numbers. Looking ahead to 2023, we've got North Shore Country Day, again, continuing their participation and use of the platform tennis facility. Our revenue is stable, largely due to our cooperation with the Winnetka Platform Tennis Club. The contract provides 67% of the total revenue of the facility. Looking for 2023, the estimated revenue, or I guess the revenue we can count on as per their contract, will be $128,500, again from the Winnetka Platform Tennis Club. Top 3 risks. Staffing shortage is causing class size ratios to grow. We do offer some of our own lessons and group platform tennis play outside of the Winnetka Platform Tennis Club. The challenge there is having qualified instructors readily interested and available to provide the programming. As our number of available instructors decreases, the size of classes increase. There is a certain tipping point at which point that the quality may suffer, but fortunately we have not approached that, but we are diligently working to increasing our staffing for those lessons. The increase in repair and maintenance of equipment due to age, the real draw of platform tennis, the court heaters, the ability to play outdoors in the winter months, paddle screens and decking, and then finally the LRP upcoming will deplete the reserves. Speaking specifically about the LRP, the decking around the courts will need to be switched to aluminum to allow heating. That's going to be part of a phase 2 improvement in 2024. Presently, the decking does not allow it to be heated in the way that it is intended, so that will be a major investment for, again, 2024. The Winnetka Platform Tennis Club, their yearly rent has increased to $128,500 as indicated in their agreement. Then the group lesson fee has also increased 2% per class. Looking at the overall fund, the revenue is expected to increase this year based off what was budgeted for 2022. to $191,900. You'll see that large variance. That is due to the one-time donation of $370,412. That donation is the cost of the work that is being done for the addition of the 2 platform tennis courts. So that's not a revenue that we will expect year after year, but something that's important to call out on here. The operating expenses will increase to service the new platform tennis. We're increasing our footprint, so the costs will go up as associated. The net operating income will be is expected to be $7,500 with lower revenues, slightly higher expenses, and then the one-time donation of $370,000 in 2022, causing that large variance. For capital expenses, we are looking to upgrade the HVAC systems. Again, we have $370,000 for the addition of the 2 platform tennis courts. And looking down at our end reserves at the end of 2023, budgeted to be at $247,585, a slight increase over our budgeted number, but consistent and equal value to our estimated number for the end of this year. Any questions for platform?
Just want to add one more comment regarding the relationship with the Winnetka Platform Tennis Club. I know David Seaman, you and Warren James, notable investment from Costa Catullus, and I know he just left. He'll be back, I'm sure. Steve Adams. This whole relationship with the Winnetka Platform Tennis Court to essentially fund the 2 new platform courts. It's amazing, and I give a whole heck of a lot of credit to Colin Cross, the balance of their leadership team, and the entire club. They wanted something. They wanted 2 new courts, and they stepped up. And it's been very collaborative to get to this point. And I just wanted to once again not just recognize Costa and the board members, Commissioner James and Commissioner Seaman and Steve Adams, but most notably the Winnetka Platform Tennis Club. We're grateful to have that relationship.
Can I ask a question? Do we just have one more fund that we're going to talk about tonight? I know the presentation has lots more, but in the interest of sanity, do we have to do all of this tonight? Can we?
We're doing it. Absolutely.
We're going to do another hour of this?
Yeah, we have to.
We can't.
We don't have time not to get through this budget. It's the most important thing. We have obligations to ratify this, post and ratify the budget.
So we can't do it at the next meeting in December?
It's a committee. We gotta get through it.
All right, so here we go. Any other questions regarding platform tennis? Otherwise, we'll move to Jim Crocker and the general fund, 100 through 400. Anybody want to take a break, just out of curiosity? No.
Be concise as you can.
Never be expeditious. General fund, works 100 through 400. On overview, you see we have beginning reserves, approximately $1.6 million in the general fund. Revenue is projected to be $6,669,000. That includes the carryover from 2022, the tax delay from Cook County. That number will go back down to a more normal level next year. Operating expenses are projected to be higher. We still show a net operating income of almost $2 million, $1.9 million. We project $334,000 in capital expenses through the fund. Total expenses will be a little over $5 million. The net fund income, $843,000. We expect to have an ending reserve in the general fund of $2.5 million. Now the transfer out, $800,000 is to the golf fund. That number may increase along with a little money from recreation. We've not finalized those numbers yet, but as soon as we do, we will communicate that to you.
The general administration, one thing I want to point out here, we did budget for a 10% increase in medical insurance premium costs. We expect that to be significantly less than what we budgeted. Early indications show that we may come in level 2022. Again, we're still working through that, but we will have finalized numbers on that shortly, we hope. The 100 fund does not generate much revenue. The interest is from the CDs we acquired earlier this year. Those will mature in the first and second quarter of 2023. On the miscellaneous income, we would get random money from places. It's not a whole lot, as you see. Expenses, salaries and wages, is the largest portion. Services have gone up. We increased the line item for legal expenses, as I mentioned earlier this evening. And the general administration allocation, that allocates the administrative expenses across all enterprise funds. So you'll see that spread out among the other enterprise funds in the budget. Corporate administration. We touched on the medical insurance premium costs a few moments ago. I'm just going to move right past that one. Marketing highlights. In the interest of saving time, I'm going to have Gracie come up here and say a few words quickly.
Right, so these are just some 2022 highlights that lead into the 23 budget. So first of all, we did launch the new website in February, which was great, but with the new website, it does require maintenance, upkeep, so budgeting for the plugins, the licenses, keeping a retainer with American Eagle to make improvements, troubleshoot, fix the things that are beyond my knowledge and capability, as well as potentially switching from a public or our private server that we host our website on to a hosting site that will just increase security on our website, improve performance, as well as be able to make updates to the back end of the website a little bit more efficiently and with less risk. Marketing supplies, your general marketing supplies, there's nothing to it, but a big portion is our event supplies, just kind of giveaways to get people to come up to our table so we can talk to more about what we offer. It was something that we budgeted for last year, but got actually moved towards the website for some just, different payments that kind of were unexpected. So that's what you can see in that. We're also looking to hire some seasonal part-time staff just to help out our department. Summer is a crazy time for the Park District as a whole, so it's just helping us get out into the public more, whether it's being able to go to more events, securing photos, keeping social media updated, updating the website, keeping everything efficient, effective, and in a timely manner. So looking forward to that as well. And then Matt Johnson touched on this earlier, but with the construction of the course, there's going to be a lot of course updates. I have been securing drone videos and photos of the Par 3 construction. I have gotten some of the 18-hole course already, so we can do kind of a side-by-side before and after. And that's something that we're working with Kemper to be able to put out, weekly on social media, give updates, monthly newsletters, flyovers, and then also just getting the golf course involved more to keep, again, everyone engaged, wanting to come back to us once we reopen in 2024. So that's all to come, and it's very exciting, and I will get out of here.
Thank you, Gracie. She did that far better than I could have. Moving on next to the corporate fund. You'll see the taxes. Again, the $2.4 million from 2022 carrying the 2023 bumps that number up over the previous year. Miscellaneous income includes library park and the employee retention credit for a total operating revenues of $6.5 million. Expenses, again, salaries and wages, services are higher because of legal fees. Contracts payable has gone up because of the service required on the Wintrust debt certificate. And the transfers out are higher because we're supporting the golf fund during construction. right, any questions on the corporate fund so far? No question? Oh, Cynthia?
It's the corporate fund where if we wanted to allocate some more resources for planning or support with the strategic plan or consultants for focus groups, or like is that the right budget area, and do we have funds allocated to do some of those things?
So Commissioner Rapp and I talked about that earlier today, and we're going to look into various park districts that are advancing different community surveys and the like, and we'll add to this budget accordingly. But you know, I'm grateful for Commissioner Rapp's insight and see how we can manage this function within the course of 2023, or functions. So, thank you.
Anything else? Right. Moving on, I'm going to turn it over to Costa for garage maintenance and parks.
Jim, thank you. In the words of John Meano, I'll try to be brief, be bright, and be gone. 300 our parks. The garage maintenance account is basically the facility maintenance for both the Park Service Center and the Golf Maintenance Service Center. Typically a smaller account, but one nonetheless that serves the broader spectrum of the entire park district. Trending highlights for 2022, of course, trending up are repairs and maintenance with supply chain issues and delays and costs that we're seeing due to the post-COVID increase that we've seen, unfortunately. Highlights for 2023 are some deferred replacements for equipment, i.e. one forklift, a 1996 unit that's being upgraded, and the painting of the Park Service Center that was delayed due to the construction traffic for the stormwater, which is putting a nice coat of mud on the building as we speak. Top three risks as we look for is, of course, unexpected breakdowns and repairs, supply chain demand, and delays in the supply chain, and of course, the utility costs. Expenses, as we take a look through that, once again, trending fairly similar to where we were in years past. Once again, this is one of the smaller budgets, not the smallest, but one of the smaller ones. You'll see some larger changes in repairs and maintenance, trending as one of the higher costs, or not one of the higher costs, but one of the differentials there. But when you look through this overall, it's pretty straightforward. When we look at capitals, once again, we're trending from deferred capitals from 2022, being cognizant of the delay with the tax, receipt of the tax funds for those funds back to the park district. We went ahead and pushed where we could. That kind of wraps it up for 300. I know that was pretty brief, but any questions as it relates to the 300 accounts? All right, moving into 400. Here you'll see what we do in our efforts, hopefully soon enough, with outdoor ice operations. With the rink gone, we always try to flood our parks where we can, and Indian Hill is one that we're going to be taking a look at, and that's just a crew there from previous years with our efforts out there with our tractors in Boney, trying to get back where we can. Park highlights, of course, park projects, lower cost for staffing. Right now, with the candidate pool, we've always been trying to find people, but been harder and harder to come by. So the maintenance operation has suffered across the board, but we're also trying to look at different ways to reduce the operational costs with value engineering as well, taking consider some of those capitals and taking a look at what we can do in-house to reduce those. 2023 highlights, of course, is some of the replacement of some older aging equipment. 3 trucks that were, one of which was deferred, and 2 other ones that came up. Once again, LRP planning and implementation of the LRP district-wide, and then some fencing repairs. Crow Island, for some of the work that we had to do with us, or the Scott Pines we had to take down, along with some of the other work for aging and failing fences throughout the agency. Looking forward, we're going to continue to expand on our value engineering where we can, increase awareness, once again with marketing efforts to make sure that the community is up to speed on what we're doing and well connected, whether it be the renovation of the playground, and looking at what that might look like, or working the trail, trying to keep track on that, and keep the services communicated to the community a little bit better. Maintaining standards, of course, to the high levels which the community expects, and of course, the future development for investing in our future of the long-range plan. Top 3 risks currently: expansion of parks and facilities. As always, when we take on new endeavors, we have to maintain those endeavors to that high Olympic standard. So of course, with the expansion of parks and playgrounds, or in this case, other projects, i.e. lakefront, there's also maintenance needs that go into that as well, which we're always aware of and we always plan for. Supply chain delays and increased costs is probably our second highest risk, along with unanticipated natural weather events, i.e. large storms, as the golf course team has expected or explained previously. As we look to the expenses for the 400 parks accounts, you'll see here a few things trending pretty flat across the board when you take a look from budget to budget. Once again, trying to reduce operations where possible during 2022 because of the deferred taxes. When you look at capitals, you'll see the repairs and maintenance. You'll see that's trending up a little bit, as well as services. Services, once again, is one of those things where we're seeing higher than expected costs in services as it relates to trades and other union work due to what we have to meet with our requirements. So we're seeing some higher trends there. And then, of course, labor pool, similar as we've heard before, is another thing that we've been keeping an eye on, trying to retain our staff and trying to, once again, get better new staff in the door as well. Capitals, paving for the Green Bay Trail, we allocated $25,000 there. Equipment placement, number 5, 10, and 11 vehicles, as well as a utility trailer. Once again, so the fencing, utilities, and fixtures, we're budgeting $261,000. The 310 that we're coming off of is directly attributed to the cost for the Corwin Playground, which should be wrapping up hopefully this winter, and then we'll get a great groundbreaking in the spring once things thaw out. Well, that's it for 400. The clerk's not working, I apologize. But any questions as it relates to the 400 account? There it goes. Thank you. 3,700 capitals. I'll stick with this. As we look, once again, expenditures for the 2023 capital or the budget year, capital expenditures. Once again, identified earlier today and discussed briefly during the Elder Centennial update, the Elder Centennial shoreline restoration of $7,840,000 is identified through the 2A stone light perception or identified motion that was passed to start moving forward with the final design. Soft cost as it relates to completing those designs and securing a coastal engineer, as well as the ADA portion for Centennial, looking at the dog park, securing that site, per the Cook County guidelines, and other ancillary things of that nature, bluff restoration work and so forth. Currently, there are not dollars allocated or shown to be allocated, in this case budgeted, for the Centennial breakwater itself. That design will be furthered as we continue down that phase with workshops, with the first one coming on the 21st of January. Fund overview, beginning reserves. Jim, I might throw this one back to you so you can talk about the revenue for the debt certificate for the 15-year. But total expenses for the projects as it relates to capital expenditures solely lie on Elder and Centennial at this time.
Thank you, Costa. Yeah, as you see, we have a year-end estimate of $4.9 million, which we were not expecting to have, but it's because we delayed Elder Centennial, which was deferred from 2022 to future years. We're also adding $3 million from the Wintrust debt certificate, which we touched on earlier, for a total of $7.9 million, which will be available. We're expecting to spend $7.8 million on Elder Centennial, leaving us an ending reserve of about $89,000 purely out of the capital fund. Any questions on those numbers?
I have a question. So to be clear, the golf course capitals, the major capital, like 1.7 million, that is being funded by existing golf fund reserves, as well as contributions from rec and/or general?
That is correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Yeah, I think that does it for this evening's budgetary conversations.
So thank you, Jim, and to the business unit leaders and Gracie and others who have contributed to tonight. This is part 2 of 3, so I know you can't wait because it could actually be longer next. I'm just kidding. Our next meeting should be much shorter. We should have, about a half a dozen funds that we need to review. So it'll be a brisk meeting from a budget perspective. But again, to each board member who contributed to reviewing the content, and it is a draft. It's fluid, so we need to update the figures or comments associated with the budget segments. So we'll double back our efforts next week and make sure that we do that to be rock solid, very accurate in the final budget presented to the board for approval. So thanks again for tonight.
I'd also like to comment on the professionalism, preparedness, and the efficiency and effectiveness with which our business leaders run their programs. It is remarkable. Each one of you demonstrated a tremendous grasp of your individual business units. It is, from years past, it's a marked improvement. And I'm grateful to each of you for your efforts, and I believe that the performance of our each of the business units speaks volumes for how well you manage your operations through some very challenging times. Thank you. Capital project financing. David, Christina, do you want to speak to this motion to withdraw, motion to draw down the Wintrust 15-year debt certificate in the amount of $3 million. Is there a motion? Second? Second. All right, Christina.
This was the facility that we organized last year at the end of December with the idea that we would actually be drawing it down quite a bit earlier. There's a second facility that we will not be drawing down in the interest of trying to prudently manage our resources. It will be a skinnier balance that we'll be working with to do the work at Elder and Centennial, but with this amount we can at least get Elder done. The cost of these funds is so in the money that it's so low, so incredibly low. It's about I think if I recall correctly, yeah, it's a 221, 222 all-in cost number. So for 15-year money, now that would be probably close to about 6, between 580 or 6. So that's real money that the Park District needs to save, and that's real flexibility that we need to preserve. So if we can go forward with the repair efforts at Elder, we should definitely do so.
Can I make one comment? Besides the very low interest rate on this facility of 2.22%, geez, you never know in this world in case something comes up and we don't get anything done. This thing is prepayable without penalty at any time. And also, you know, we have a limited period. Now, I know that we have a lot of expenses budgeted for 2023, but again, you don't know what's going to get spent. We have an opportunity to invest these proceeds legally at a much higher rate than 2.22. So depending upon what we spend, we got to talk with Jim under certain conditions. If you can invest this money, well, you know, at 4.5% right now, and it can actually be a incremental revenue opportunity.
Do I understand that this money can be used for things other than beach restoration?
Yeah. We did have those meetings. We did have those meetings when it became clear that we were going to miss this construction cycle. We circled back with Wintrust and we circled back with our bond counsel to ascertain for both of those facilities, did we have some flexibility in use? And they both did confirm that we do have flexibility. Obviously, the use is within our normal range of operations as a park district. We're not going to start a circus, but, you know, basically, yeah.
One other question, not being a numbers person. If we invest this money, will we cover the debt service fee of?
Oh, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what I thought.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Any further discussion? Roll call?
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Archambault,
Yes.
Commissioner Lusson,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great job. Thank you. Fabulous. All right, there was some earlier discussion or comments from the audience regarding the next topic, approval of Illinois Association of Park Districts annual meeting delegates. John, do you want to proceed with this? All right, may I have a motion to approve John Peterson, Executive Director, as delegate, Costa Catullos, Director of Parks and Maintenance, as first alternate, and Kyle Berg, Superintendent of Recreation, second alternate for the IAPD annual meeting.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
So the IAPD Soaring to New Heights Conference is held January 26th through the 28th. Article 5, Section 3 and 4 of the constitutional bylaws of the Illinois Association of Park Districts provides as follows. Each member district shall be entitled to be represented at all association meetings and conferences by a delegate or delegates. Delegates of the association meetings or conference may include members of the governing boards of the member districts, the secretary, attorney, treasurer, director, or any paid employee of the member district. So consequently, any paid employee would include Costa Catullos, Kyle Berg, and John Peterson. So those are the 3 delegates that we've identified. More than happy to have board representation if you want to be a delegate. I'm not sure, Mickey, if you were ever a delegate. I know when I sat on the board, I was not. I was always the executive director and employee. You went to the meetings. But
It was fun listening to the state.
Section 3 does allow for a paid employee to be the delegate or alternate delegates.
Can we add people if people's schedules free up such that, if commissioners' schedules free up such that they're able to attend, would you consider adding a commissioner to this team, this fine team? Excellent. So that could always happen right up until the week before.
Excuse me. Pardon? May I?
I want to be able to answer Commissioner Kodo's.
Yes.
There is a, I have to double back and double check. There's a window that closes, so I will reply to that question. I just need a little time to research it. Thank you.
Perhaps I missed the opportunity to participate or register, but there are several things I'd like to raise, and one is it appears that we have lost our IAPD certification, that it expired in 2017. And in visiting with Kyle, we talked about putting a little money in the budget so that we could, if the board and staff felt so predisposed, move forward to go through the audit to be recertified. Secondly, I am told by former commissioners that this event is a wonderful event to have the opportunity to talk with other park district commissioners, to listen to how they problem solve, how they build team consensus, and how they are able to do outreach with their community. As a result, I think it would be excellent if any of us could find the time to join our executive director and staff members to attend this. Whether we're a voting delegate or otherwise, I think it would be an excellent idea. And I would love to attend. So there you go.
So you guys are very tired of me promoting this event over the years. It was hands down, by far, the best thing I have done as a commissioner was to attend these conventions. You learn so much, you see so much, you can reflect on other things that are going on, you can compare your park districts to other park districts, hear the struggles they go to, listen to fantastic presentations by Steve Adams, as well as probably 100 other people on great subject matter. And it is worth every single minute of your time. Make the time to go. It is extremely well worth it.
I will not be attending.
Commissioner Cotto, November 29th is the deadline, I believe, to identify the delegates. And I'll validate that once again after tonight, but quick review suggests it's November 29th.
Don't staff get credits for attending this?
Steve, you can't continue that.
So criticism of people not going to this or staff or whatever, staff gets credits for this stuff, so staff should be going as well. That's what that is, Steve.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the issue of staff participation in the conference. It is a amazing opportunity to learn for staff as well as for board members. The programs and presentations that are put on are geared in both directions, both the board and staff. And there's also a large exhibitors area where there's a substantial number of vendors that provide goods and equipment and building concepts and all kinds of services related to those things, where you can get information about vendors, about different companies, whether it's an engineering firm or an architectural firm or a company that does a unique type of playground and so on and so forth. So there are innumerable benefits to going for staff and board, not the least of which is the 8 Robin Schwartz presentations that will be at the conference. Shameless plug.
Are there any pressing issues that the delegates are expected to vote on? Do we know when those come out? Okay.
If there are, I will come back, make sure that the board is aware of it.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Archambault?
Yes.
Commissioner Lusson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman? Commissioner Cotto?
Yes.
I was a yes by Commissioner Seaman. Commissioner Cotto?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Motion passes. Very quickly, at your desk, we did have a board meeting schedule within the body of the agenda. After some communication with a few of the commissioners, we arrived at a point in the summer, I think it's the August 17th date, and then you started to look at some of the dates and start to consider the budget process, holidays towards the end of the year. So we worked backwards from December 31st to get to the August 17th date, and consequently, you will see a redraft of the proposed meeting schedule for 2023. It's content for your consideration. We will take a vote on this on December 15th during our last board meeting of the year, scheduled board meeting, I guess I should say. But that's the current meeting agenda for the calendar for 2023, and it's open to edit.
Yes, I got a quick question for Cynthia and Christina. Do we know what New Trier's spring schedule is?
Not yet. They have a provisional schedule that I almost presented last time, but they do not approve it until March. Well, spring
No,
spring 2023?
Right.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
that's
yes,
done.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
that we know.
Yeah, because generally there was
Yeah, sorry,
only
sorry.
only one meeting in April because of that. There
Yes.
was a lot of,
No comment.
Yes.
so, just something to consider.
Yeah.
Because I'm just counting down from May.
Yes. Sorry, misunderstood.
Okay, we'll move on. Review of invoices. Mr. Peterson.
So this week was pretty active. We received some invoices associated with Elder Centennial, and we also received some invoices associated with the library park. I will provide for each board member where we stand, that the annual legal expenses for all in currently stands at $104,194.48 for services provided in 2022. We have 2021 legal fees that were invoiced in 2022. That's $25,249.50 for a total cost in 2022 of $129,443.98. Again, $104,194.48 applies just to the services incurred or received in 2022. So we're well above budget. We've been telling you as each meeting goes along, and I don't see any change in the momentum, if you will. I don't know if that's the right term to use, but it continues to march forward. I then allocated the expenses received this week to the various elements of the Elder Centennial property exchange and related matters. And at this point in time, for the years 2019 to 2022, in total, for breakwater projects, storm, dog park permits, etc., $613,848.46. Of that total figure for the 4-year period, $221,301.21 applies to the calendar year 2022. So that's where we stand. Again, this was late night, Tuesday night at about 11 p.m. And then last night was a different night for caucus purposes, so I've not had a chance to review everything in specific recognition for FOIA expenses, etc. But those are the aggregate figures as we stand. It's a lot.
Question. There is a considerable amount of that 600,000 that is still live, so to speak, meaning that we can get value out of it. I think, Warren, as you discussed, all the engineering related to Elder Centennial Prep that isn't down the drain,
Correct.
so to speak. Okay.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, one of the things that I think is a fantastic way in which we've invested is on the dog park. We spent $4,100 and change on the dog park. That's still, a great investment to figure out where this dog beach related service can be provided, in my opinion. And there are other elements. It's just the first one I looked at, but absolutely, David, this is some of it is money well spent, if you will, for current project work.
Thank you, John. All right, moving on to matters of the director. Back to John.
I'd like to revisit our 2022 budget process.
Jim, from the top.
Jim looked out with what? So two quick items. The library transaction did complete its necessary steps with the Winnetka Northfield Public Library District. So again, to Commissioner Cotto and Commissioner Seaman, thank you for the teamwork and the leadership to get us there, as well as the balance of the board. The library is now going to go through some of its due diligence steps based on where they currently stand. Counsel for the library believes that we should be able to close before Christmas. There's no promise, but that's a target for sure. So any questions regarding Library Park? And then the last update that I'd like to share for tonight, so donations, certainly there was a call out for Anya Kramer and her efforts, and certainly happy for her to provide an update on the appeal process, but independent from that, we continue to seek donations, but sometimes donations come to us. And I know Kristen Coulter has left, but she, as well as the balance of the Winnetka Women's Club, have been very active in working with Costa Catullus, Commissioner Rapp and Commissioner Archambault to get to some positive momentum around donations. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Rapp to give you the good news.
Yes, it's so rare to have such exciting good news that is not controversial, that is absolutely wonderful. The Winnetka Women's Club has generously agreed at this point to make a donation to support the maintenance of the Dwyer Park gazebo. As we know from other discussions, there was a strong desire to find a suitable gazebo location in a central part of town that could honor their contributions to the community. And we were delighted to find a match at a beautiful gazebo in the central part of town for them to support the ongoing maintenance of. And team effort, and so they are also going to support placing some benches that are functional to be inside the gazebo. There will be a recognition plaque. It will be wonderful. They have also agreed to make a contribution to the Green Bay Trail to support benches along the trail in the amount of $30,000. So we're expecting $100,000 to support the gazebo and the benches there, and the ongoing maintenance for 20 years in exchange for naming rights and recognition, and then also along the Green Bay Trail with benches. And so we will be formally circulating the ordinances at the committee of the whole meeting with an attempt to vote on them at our December meeting in line with our policy.
So it is great. It is great to report great news. So David, we have a budget of $150,000 in 2023 for donations. We're at 130. Way to go! And the other, I know you pay attention to this stuff. The other thing of great news is it was wonderful to see Cynthia, JP, and the collaborative effort with the Women's Club. Collectively, they're like partners with us now. It's sad that the organization is dissipating because of age, but it's been terrific. They are going to have for lack of a better term, a liaison person to work with us going forward. It was an enjoyable thing to be a part of. Cynthia, you did awesome. JP, you did extremely awesome. Thank you.
I just wanted to briefly mention the names of the women who we worked with. So we have been working with Denise Azizian, Marla Bacon, Melinda Brackman, and Nancy Nagel. And I will say that it was a joy to watch them drive a hard bargain with John Peterson over the plaque.
That's it. Thank you.
All right, moving on to board liaison reports. Kyle?
Yeah.
Can you report?
For board liaison?
Board liaison.
Excuse me. Now I'm getting tired. We're good. All right, we'll move on from board liaison reports. Okay.
So Anya Kramer, we recruited another member. This is a liaison report, so I'll just, since the microphone's here. Anya did a great job. We have another candidate for the Winnetka Parks Foundation, which, if accepted, would move us to 8. And she's honchoed the appeal letter, so that $20,000 gap in donations that would be recognized in 2023. Certainly there are people in this room that could help us get to that gap. But the appeal letter should be in your mailbox. If it's not there, it's coming in the next 2 days, and that's all Anya Kramer's efforts. So thank you.
It arrived.
just one announcement. This is not really liaison, but it's kind of exciting. And right before this meeting, I received an email from Phil Enquist to advise that he will have a watercolor exhibit at the North Shore Art League starting at the Community House on February 17th. And what this is exciting about is his title is Rewilding, Respecting the Wild in Our Urban Woods, and all of his artwork. He sent a PDF of his watercolors, and I'm going to send it to all of you, but it's Crow Island Woods. And I understand that our resident journalist is going to be writing an introduction for him, and he's asked if maybe you, Costa, would be willing to appear at the grand opening, because he's so appreciative of everything that you and your crew do in what you've done for restoration of Crow Island. I just wanted to share that because it came in tonight, and I thought it was worth sharing. So I'll send it around to everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other board liaison reports? All right, we're moving on to remarks from visitors. Would anybody like to address the board? All right, staff reports now. Now we got it right. Kyle?
Recreation staff's doing an awesome job.
Yes, they are.
Indeed they are. Jim?
I think you've heard enough from me tonight.
Yeah.
Good.
Anya?
Yeah, the appeal letter is in your boxes, your mailboxes, so we're about a month earlier than we were last year, I think, which is great. And you'll notice that the appeal letter is no longer addressed from the Park District staff, but is now from the president of the foundation. So I've been actively trying to reactivate the board in my efforts. We had a meeting recently, and we're going to do a couple of events. They decided that they wanted to do 4 events during the entire year. And so we had the tennis event. Pat mentioned again that they want to do another event, tennis, for Valentine's Day. I tried to get paddle, but like Eric Wilson knows, paddle is absolutely booked for paddle parties every Friday and Saturday night. So we're going to try to do tennis again. And then they are very interested in doing like a beach event fundraiser. A little bit like Party on the Pier. I think Costa said that there's a bunch of Party on the Pier gear still somewhere up in storage, so we can reuse that. We can save some money by reusing it. So, and then that's about it, I think, for me.
Thank you, Anya. Costa?
Just a few brief items. Paddle tennis, you might have seen there's been some little fury work out there. Currently, we are waiting for the helical piers to be driven in, and then shortly thereafter, Mark Heavey and his team from Platform Tennis will be out there to install the court, so that's forthcoming. Stormwater is, I don't want to jinx things, but they are ahead of schedule currently. The entire storm trap for Duke Childs has been installed and been completed. They now have moved on to the Little Duke field, and they are projecting that to be completed shortly after Thanksgiving. So they are exponentially working through that very quickly. As mentioned previously, work on the golf course has commenced, and that'll be ongoing. We'll work collaboratively with the village, since this is their project. We want to make sure that we're not stepping on toes in regards to marketing efforts, but we'll definitely make sure there's good communication between Josie, who is the marketing manager for the Village of Winnetka, and of course our team, to make sure that we're working in collaboration. Green Bay Trail, I'd like to thank Mickey with his efforts, and other members of the community who have given time in regards to volunteer man hours on the ground to help with the cleanup of some of the debris along the Green Bay Trail. There's been an avid group for, Mickey, what would you say, probably the last about 6 months on and off, working in collaboration with the Village of Winnetka, the Winnetka Park District, in cleaning and clearing out some of the dead, dropped, flora and trees and what have you. So it's looking great. They've been doing a great job. We're going to continue on with that as we look to next year. Of course, reminding people that the village did undertake a study of the Green Bay Trail, and they were working on a master plan. So we'll want to see what the Lakota team comes back with for their presentation on that. But we'll look forward to that in 2023. Elder and Centennial, I am currently working on the laundry list of items for that, including the RFP. I will be distributing that to the board here very shortly for a review, if you will, prior to the release right after Thanksgiving in the paper. So just be aware that's forthcoming. Golf course maintenance, we've had an opportunity to sit down in collaboration with Kemper. Another one even today, talking through our initiatives as we move forward with the current work projected for the golf course, as well as the intermittent work that's going to be completed by staff as part of that value engineering during the downturn of the closure. The remaining bunkers, greenside bunkers, the clearing of some of the other trees and invasives, of course the seeding of the course itself and other items for that. So that's going to be a large task ahead of us, but we're starting to ramp up, put our Gantt chart together and get that laid out. Coeur Island School, working with them in collaboration with their success with the referendum as it relates to survey work to move forward with that initiative as well. And then the tree lighting event is coming up. I know we'll have a meeting the day prior on the 1st, December 1st, but on December 2nd is the tree lighting event for Ridge Wire Park. So we're excited to collaborate there with the Village of Winnetka and of course the Chamber who puts the event on. So it's going to be another fun collaboration. I'm sure the weather will cooperate as it has in years past. It's either nice and warm and busy or it's bitter cold and there's a few of us out there. But we're looking forward to that event. Kyle's been great to work with on that and the team members who help support that. And then the last but not least, the last item, just want to take Nick Corwin Park. We have been working in collaboration with D&J Landscaping. They have started to put up some of the equipment that you might have seen out on site, and we're going to continue with that efforts. We are working through a couple hurdles. There was a little bit more extensive dig out, and we're going to incur some costs associated with doing new drain tile and some of the erosion matting, not erosion matching, but the filter fabric that goes underneath the fiber mulch that was not anticipated. We were looking to repurpose and reuse, but with the excavation of the old playground, a lot of that did get damaged while we were removing those footings. So there's going to be a little additional cost, but nothing substantial to the project, well within the scope of what the staff limitations are for purchasing. So just wanted to give a quick update on that so everybody was aware. Thank you.
I just have one question. Does the ahead of schedule for the golf course translate into any meaningful improvement in our timeline for golf? No.
August is the next one.
We just want to make sure they're set and ready for seed. That's our issue. So hopefully we can stay ahead of any weather in the spring.
If they're ahead of schedule, that's a great thing. So, because if they don't make August, we're in deep trouble. So before you set a motion for going into closed session, I just want to congratulate the board tonight. This was one hell of a great meeting. This was phenomenal. I would encourage you to talk to people you know and ask them if they are willing to spend the time to watch this tape tonight and see, David, that the Park District does not suck. We're pretty damn good. That's my statement for the night. Can I mic drop it?
I apologize, I have one more update along the lines of real estate. So Warren James and I have had a chance to meet with the executive director and the head of the board for the Village of Northfield. The Village of Northfield does have a substantial number of taxpayers who contribute to the Winnetka Park District for the Park District's boundary. So we met with their leadership team. They're advancing a Hap Road corridor project that would extend from Willow Road down to Winnetka Road. And one of the great things about it is they're going to invest in a shared use pathway on the west side of Hap Road. As it travels north to south, it will essentially intersect on the east side of Hap Road Park. So we're in early dialogue regarding how we can again, meet that plank number 1 to help support their efforts with the Hap Road Corridor project. But it's going to have a great impact value for our foot traffic and bike traffic at Hap Road Park. So more to come. We might have a some level of action to be taken either in December or January. More to come on how fast it's moving for the village of Northfield. But just an FYI, it's very positive.
More to come on that. Should be really straightforward. I think it amounts to a request of 500 square feet for a temporary construction easement. All right. With that, may I have a motion to go into closed session pursuant to 5 ILCS 120, Section 2C1 for the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body. 5 ILCS 120, Section 2C5 for the purchase or lease of property. 5 LCS 120-2C6 for the setting of a price for sale or lease of property, and 5 ILCS 120-2C11 for litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion moved and second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Lusson?
Yes.
Commissioner Archambault?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner Haynes?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We will be reconvening after this to, as noted on the agenda, there are consideration of the property exchange agreement and consideration of action, if any, of additional items discussed in closed session.
I would like, because we've had conversations, so I don't have anything in writing.
Yeah, just so you know, I just pulled this off of their due diligence platform. So you have questions about, where are they on getting, like they're putting in their calendar meetings. I learned that from that website. So just so you know, I feel like I have some big inside track.
Thank you.
A lot of good information out there.
You know, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Here's my second go around. Yeah, that's right. Great job. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It's really tight, efficient.
We're fortunate.
Did go like hotcakes. You have your one, right?
I do not have one.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.